Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm very excited to start another office hours. Welcome, Udemy students. Welcome, people from YouTube. I have a long agenda for this call, but most importantly, the point of this call is to help any students in my Udemy courses or anybody on YouTube. If you're struggling, if you're working on something, if you have any questions, this is the number one priority of this course. Call is to help people. So if you have any questions and you're feeling apprehensive about it, put them in the chat. I very actively monitor the chat no matter what we're going to do in this call. Um, Let me quickly check the audio. Actually, audio is working. All right. So yeah, I'm going to monitor the chat. Hey, Erica, what's up? And I see everyone. I see Lourdes. I see Maro. Um, Erica says I'm starting an online hypnosis business and need help with advertising. Okay, interesting. Um, interesting. Online hypnosis. We'll talk about it. It's unusual, and it's a little bit of a challenge. How do you get this audience? But we can discuss. It's actually kind of cool. So we'll talk about that. I have my own agenda that I wanted to talk about. And I think the number one most exciting topic these days is what kind of business ideas people can do with AI. So I have a few that I wanted to talk about. Um, and usually I do a little bit of a introduction. So let me start with that, unless, Maro said he was waiting. Maro said he's calling from Spain and it's 2 a.m. there. So if Maro, if you have any questions, I'll take your questions first because probably you want to go to sleep. But let me check. Erica says group smoking cessation. Yeah, that's very helpful. Thea says, or Thea. Hi there. All Thea with hi. Welcome. Yeah, thanks for dropping in, and thank you everybody for being very active in the chat. It's really nice to see. If you have any questions or challenges, we'll talk about them. So let me start. I guess there's so many questions and so many active people on the call already. Maybe what I can do is give just a little bit of introduction of what I wanted to talk about. Dry Saber, hey, how are you? Nice to see you on the call. So let me talk a little bit about what I want to talk about. Just a few business ideas that you can do with AI. This might be repetitive. Dry Saber has been on many of these calls. Sorry if it's going to be a little repetitive. I have three different ideas. One is interesting. It's a service because a lot of people don't want to create software, don't want to do much. And there's an interesting service that's popular now with AI. If you can go into a business and pitch them the service of creating a custom GPT for them, but it's very simple to do. And a custom GPT, let me explain what that is. It's basically, we talked a little bit about that, Boris, Dry Saber, last time. I want to clarify a few things that I think, I don't know if we got it totally right last time, but it's basically, if you're, let's say, a company and you have some organizational secrets, procedures, bylaws, externally, it's not known. So the AI, like default ChatGPT, doesn't know any of those things. So if you're working for those companies and you're using the ChatGPT as an assistant, that ChatGPT doesn't know about anything about the inner workings of your company. And so it won't be as intelligent. But OpenAI, the company that made ChatGPT, offers this option to create a copy of ChatGPT and train it privately on your company's data and information and documentation. What that creates is everybody in the company can now use a ChatGPT version that's trained specifically on the information and insights of that company. And big companies these days, or mid-sized companies, especially lucrative companies like law firms that have a lot of documentation, a lot of details, a lot of case information, very complex stuff that they have now, like, paralegals do a lot. Instead of this, what these kinds of firms are doing is they're getting a custom GPT, so the lawyer can be like, hey, find me this document from this case. Okay, great. In 2 seconds it finds it. and write me this document also. Write me this legal document so I can charge my client $1,000. I only did 3 minutes of work. That kind of thing. So to create a custom GPT and manage it is a legitimate service that companies charge $30,000, $20,000, $40,000 like a month to maintain it, because the amount of data is so big. These lawyers don't have time. They don't have staff in-house that has expertise on it. But technically it's super easy. It's super easy to create a custom GPT. We did it on the call. Boris Drivesaber did it on the call last time, created a custom GPT in a couple of minutes. The trick isn't to create it really, because it's just a few form fields. The real trick is to teach the custom GPT enough information so that it can be useful to the employees of the company. So feeding of the documents and managing it all, and finding those documents and making sure that the knowledge is processed correctly by ChatGPT. So it's a little time consuming, but it's a super exciting kind of a business, because if you're thinking maybe I'll offer digital marketing services, all right, well, that's, hundreds of dollars a month, maybe part-time, thousands of dollars a month. Okay, if you have a good client, maybe you're thinking I'll offer design services, programming services. Okay, it's like under 10,000 a month services, right? Or sometimes under 1,000 a month, depending on your clients, and sometimes the clients aren't that great. But this has great clients, like super lucrative clients, clients with semi-complex or complex businesses, kind of even small businesses. Like a law firm is a relatively small business. Sometimes it's, a few lawyers, like maybe 5, 10, 15. It's still a small business, but they generate a lot of money and they can pay for the service. So that's a really cool service. Now, it's not the only niche or vertical in which you can create a custom GPT. You can go to any big company and help them create a custom GPT for their customer service, because obviously the customer service agents are struggling, like, what do I say? How do I answer this question? This client is mad, what to do? But this custom GPT can write out all the answers. It's perfect. It's not the same as having a chat bot, because it's still a human involved in the middle, so the human can make decisions, but the human gets the personalized AI assistant that's custom. So there are many, many verticals and use cases inside companies. For sales, for customer support, is super useful. For companies there where there's complex documentation, the custom GPT is something that can be offered, and the amount of revenue per client is like 10x, and the amount of work is not that hard, because if you're doing digital marketing or SEO, those clients expect results. Like, they're like, my site is not ranking, I quit, or whatever, right? A very impatient field, or not a field, but clients get antsy because they're paying, not seeing results. It's not like that here. Here, it's like you set it up technically, you teach the ChatGPT, and they don't expect results like sales. They expect like results that works, but it's not as intense and not as demanding, but paid more. So that's a cool service. That's a totally possible thing to offer. In fact, I know somebody who wants to do that, because they know somebody who's doing that and literally charging $30,000 per month for doing not that much, surprisingly little. So that's one business you can do with AI. The other kinds of businesses that are very popular now is creating apps, websites with AI code assistants that can make you a website or an app in a day. It's not a good website or app in a day, but at least it can be live, and then you can start doing whatever you want. In the past, it would take like a couple of weeks to wait for and hire and wait for a freelancer, $500 for a website, $200 maybe. Have to, every time you want to make a change, have to pay them more, have to wait. This way, you can just do it in 1 hour, put it up your website. And if you want an app, it would be like $10,000 or $5,000. So you can, again, put it up the same day. And so if you had any app idea or business idea ever, and the cost was prohibitive, or the challenge was, hiring developers, they're too expensive, that's no longer a problem. So any idea that you have, you can bring it to life now. And The other thing I wanted to talk about is actually, a month ago or 2 months ago, I used ChatGPT to plan a pretty complex business. Like, it helped me plan out my entire tokenomics for a cryptocurrency that I launched, and I couldn't have done it without ChatGPT, because ChatGPT gave me all these calculations and tutorials on the details of, like, you can, like, today anybody can make a cryptocurrency. It takes 5 minutes. There's services to do it for you, but nobody's going to buy that, and it's just going to kind of die. There's tens of thousands of cryptocurrencies that not useless. They're just so ChatGPT helped me plan out a feasible one, which actually, Dry Saber Boris, I'm going to show you a cool chart. So ChatGPT created for me. I was doing some more tokenomics and planning a business. Like, if you're business planning and thinking what business to create, I want to show you how cryptocurrencies go up in price as the supply of the cryptocurrency dwindles, how the price goes up exponentially. And it's not the same for all cryptocurrencies, but the trajectory is similar. So let me share my screen, and I have some cool charts. Before these charts, so ChatGPT helped me plan out my cryptocurrency that I launched. It's the Spark token, and Boris bought it on the last call that we did, which was actually, was it this Tuesday or past Thursday? I don't know. It was recent. Was it Tuesday? I forgot. No, I think past Thursday. I don't know anymore. I'm like, where am I? But very recent. And Boris, you will be excited to see. I'm going to show you how that cryptocurrency grows. So this is a chart that ChatGPT made for the growth projection of this cryptocurrency that I have. So let me share my screen, and I'll show you. It's like really cool 2 charts, and I'll explain what's happening. I have it here. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? So this is not to scale, but as you can see, so like when you launch, like for example, when I launched my cryptocurrency, there was like 10 million tokens in the liquidity pool available for trading. And so you can see on the bottom left, it's a little bit of an overlap, but it's 10 million, right? When it's 10 million, it's very, very cheap. So I can show you the price of the token. It's here, 0.001140. There's some buying action, not a lot, but some. But every buy, it goes up in price, obviously, because that's how things work. Same with stocks. The more buying there is, the more it goes up. And so as people buy, the supply for trading goes down. And as supply goes down, you see it from 10 million to 5 million tokens. And it's really fast to buy up these tokens, because right now they're a tenth of a penny. So like for $1, you get so many, 1,000. And math on the fly is hard, but 1,000, right? So what's interesting is this token that's now 0.001 cent. This is a ChatGPT calculation. When there's around 3 million tokens left, it goes up to a penny, which is 10x from what the price is today. That's 10x. And it's not that hard to sell off all these tokens at 7 million tokens I have to sell or get investors, because again, they go so fast because they're so cheap. And then, as you can see, from the path from a penny to $1 is actually a really easy path, because as you see, at 3 million, there's a cost of a penny. But if you go like 2 million, you're at about like a penny and a quarter, or a penny and 20 cents, right? But I'm confusing it. You're actually about 20 cents, because you're reaching $1, right? So it's 20 cents, because now it's a tenth of a penny. So at this point, it starts to become exponential. And at $1 million of liquidity, $1 million tokens of liquidity left, that token can become about $50. 50 cents, which is many-fold from where it is now, and then so on and so on. And then it really becomes, interesting. It gets to $1 when there's like 250,000 left, but it's still easy to sell off because you can still buy many for under $1, right? So, but at this price, Boris, you might be happy to see this chart because that's 1,000x of any dollar you invest, it becomes 1,000. Not, it's hard to get there, but it's not crazy impossible. So the real chart looks something like this. This is the real chart of the cryptocurrency, right? You see, it's almost like invisible change, and then it happens at the end. This is too crazy looking. I think there's a better looking chart somewhere, maybe something like this. It really doesn't tell the tale because, this really tells the tale of what happens at the very end. It just becomes crazy. It never becomes, obviously, it's never going to become this costly. Even if it does, people will never pay that much. They will buy a fraction because, there's 9 decimal points. You can buy like 0.0000001 of a token. So it's never really so people like Bitcoin, people buy fractions or, things like that. But there's something that like ChatGPT is helping me with kind of every step of the way. So any kind of complex planning is I couldn't do this calculation. Like I didn't know. Like I didn't know how to calculate this, to be honest. There are formulas out there, and I knew the formulas, but maybe I was a little too how shall we say it? Not smart, dumb, to be able to do that math. It's a little bit complicated math, and it's like sometimes even if I do that math, how do I check myself if I did it right? But ChatGPT gave me not only these calculations but the charts also, and yeah, and I want to also show you this really cool thing that I made, and then I'll take questions. So I want to also show you, and by the way, I made a video of how. Let me paste that video into our chat here. I made a video explaining what happens at every price point of this price projection of this cryptocurrency. Like here's the video. I'm going to paste in the chat. Price trajectory of the SBRK cryptocurrency. So anybody can click that link and just watch the video after this call ends. And by the way, like now I'm kind of like feeling good about this cryptocurrency. A while ago, like I wasn't telling my friends and family. I was like, it's too risky, don't do it. But after seeing these charts and calculations that the ChatGPT made for me, I was like, there is already some buying, and about 700,000 or 600,000 tokens have already been sold. So, or invested in, that may be the right. People bought it up. So there's already some movement. And at this point, I started telling friends and family to buy it because let's say they put in $1 or $20. Okay, they might lose it, fine. But the path to making that 1,000x is realistic. Like there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So now is actually a good time to consider buying it because I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, how it can get there. And it might seem too good to be true because nobody ever finds out about which token is really going to go up. There's many tokens launching, but who tells you about tokens that are launching that are, that have that potential, right? So that's why I'm kind of like actually telling everybody that friends and family and people on this call, like this is actually the risk reward is, you might lose $1 for every dollar you might lose. It might become 1,000 or 100. Like that's a bet that's worth taking, pretty reasonably. So I'm kind of very bullish on it at the moment. Now, having said that, I want to show you a tool that I built completely without writing any code, all AI code assistant driven with Replit. Replit is one of the leading AI code assistants. And I want to show you what I made. I made a tool that actually a lot of students in my courses, they want to do this. They want to provide like digital marketing services, or if you were on the call earlier, we talked about creating custom GPT for businesses, all kinds of services for businesses. they typically have as one of the core marketing strategies outreach, brute force outreach through lead generation. And there are many tools for this, but I made a really cool kind of leading edge tool where I use AI not only to find businesses, but also to reach out to businesses, but also to have the AI take over my business inbox. So whenever I get replies from potential buyers, the AI answers for me. And I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I've already been chatting for a while, but I want to show you what I built. And what I really wanted to do on this call is, as a next step, whoever wants to brainstorm new business ideas you can do with AI, because so far I've shown you services you can do with AI, uh, the level of complex brainstorming and business planning that AI can really help you open doors with, and tools and software you can make with AI. So these are all like really good ideas. They're not like bad ideas with AI. Like a bad idea with AI is like, I'm going to write a million blog posts using AI, right? That was from 2023, where people thought they were like genius for thinking of this, but it's super apparent. These are more cutting edge business ideas that you can do with AI that actually work. So having said all that, let me show you how cool, I'll try to be brief, this tool is that I built. So if you're considering doing outreach to small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and you're looking for tools, you're looking for how to automate it, I made a tool for that because I know a lot of my students need it. Let me quickly scan the chat, and thank you everybody in the chat for being patient. Let me see if anybody has a business like that we can discuss. That's a business that can benefit from outreach. From scanning, I thought I saw somebody having a business like that, but from quickly scanning, without wasting people's time too much, I don't notice it. But if anybody has a business that they want to do, oh, I see Laura's taking the business plan course, influx of customers within a period of 3 months. Hey, that's a good problem to have. None of my business is automated, and I found sure. Let me see. The result is people are supposed to be able to get a job using the resume we built for them and learning how to manipulate their job search engine to filter job applications at a faster rate. Let me get, Lourdes, let me get back to you in 5 minutes because I just wanted to show this tool that I made. And as soon as I'm done, I'll be mostly done with my agenda and we can discuss. But in the meantime, if you can write more details, like you're saying that the business is you're writing a resume, you're helping people like, or helping entry-level workers, tradespeople use AI to improve their, okay, so you're basically taking their hand and kind of helping them get a job, right? This is sort of the business. Okay, that's actually interesting because you might be able to use my tool. Watch this video that I'm going to show. Imagine what I'm going to show is you reaching out to businesses and pitching them, hey, we have great new employees, or potential employees, maybe hardworking, hungry, not too expensive, right? Or whatever your pitch is to businesses. You can use this outreach tool. I don't know if it's going to work for you, but this is the kind of case that it's made for. So let me share my screen and show you how to do it. Yeah, it really does sound like a good tool because I made it after years and years and years of like my students being like, hey, we need a tool like this. How can we automate this? And I used to promote other tools, but you see, my tool does three things: is finding businesses, pitching them, and email automation, right? Just for finding businesses, like, is already like, there's a lot of tools like cost $100 a month, $50 a month, and that's not even mentioning the outreach, and the email automation is super new and AI driven. So I don't even know how much this business is. Like, it's pretty pricey, and I found a relatively cheap one, but it's still not particularly cheap. So let me share my screen, and finally, I think I said already like 10 times that I'm going to share my screen. I feel like I'm okay. I'm going to share my screen now for real. Share screen. And by the way, so this tool is in beta, still working out the kinks, still working out the usability. But this is what I wanted to show you. So let's say you're on, this is the dashboard of the tool, and I'll tell you the case that this is working for. Like, I'll tell you what this use case is. So I have this, my cryptocurrency token, my Spark token, SPA. The plan that I have for this, because I plan to use, this is like, first cryptocurrency designed to fund creative projects, and it's meant to help with fundraising for music, books, art, etc. Okay, and so I'm trying to reach out to music schools and art schools, and because they have dozens of students that could use this, right, for their funding and to help them fund their projects. But I don't want to reach out to them one by one. So that's why I want to use that tool, so they can get their students to adopt this cryptocurrency token. Okay, that's the use case. So if I go back, okay, so that's what so there's a 5-step process to set up your campaign. You see step 1, step 2. The steps are in blue that you can see. It's easy to navigate it. Actually, it's funny. The AI made a mistake. I think it's, look, step 1, step 2, step 2. I need the AI to renumber these, because I think I added one section really recently, but AI can't count apparently. But in any case, so you create your campaign name, like, for example, reach out to whoever, in your case, Lord, is whoever hires, right? Or in my case, I made a campaign name like music school outreach. And then I would find, like, let's say, a local business. If you're not looking for businesses that are local, you can look for online businesses, but I found like local businesses. And in my case, I already did a search. As you can see, it's a test search, but I did like dentists in New York from 10-mile radius, and it finds, it calls Perplexity API, which is an AI tool that specializes in two things. It's almost as good as ChatGPT in reasoning, but it's really good at real-time web search. So it's doing real-time web search and like finding all these like dental businesses, you see, dental center, and getting their email right away. And so I can email them. But before I email them, like, I can choose, some to email, doesn't matter. The next step is I can teach the AI, like I can provide relevant information to the AI after I get these emails. Before emailing them, I want to teach the AI, in this case, ChatGPT. So we've already used Perplexity to find the businesses. Then I'm going to call ChatGPT to teach ChatGPT about nuances of your business. Like, you might have 20 years experience, or you need this, or you're cheap, or you're expensive, or whatever the nuances are, whatever your value proposition is. You can either free type into here or upload files, so that you can teach ChatGPT not only for creating a pitch, but also when the clients reply, the ChatGPT will reply more intelligently, because it will know more about your business. It can reply random stuff, it can kind of guess, but this way you're making the ChatGPT way smarter, as though it knows a lot of things in your business. And if it's still kind of dumb, you basically can just teach it more things about your business that it's missing. So over time, your ChatGPT will be really, really smart. And your email sales will actually improve, because ChatGPT will have more information. Now, after this, you can either choose an email template or create one. And the creation of the email template is going to be based on whatever you teach ChatGPT. And I'm going to show you that in a second also, if I have time. I don't want to run too long. And then, of course, you want your automation settings, like what's your business name, like who it's going to appear like it's from, how many follow-ups do you want to do, how many emails per day, because this tool charges on emails per day, for example, right? Because it's costly for me, because it costs us, there's a lot of costs here, because I have to pay Perplexity API, ChatGPT API, the SendGrid, which is the service that sends the emails. So this kind of tool cannot be free. So usually it's paid in like volume. So that's this. And I have the pricing. I tried to make the pricing, that's me, by the way. I have the pricing here. It's the domain name, the URL is Breezy Send, and there's a pricing tab, and it's basically you kind of go up in price by for 500 emails a month you get this price, for 2,000 emails you get this price, but like you get actually more emails and actually a personalized hour of coaching at this price. So I kind of did it that way because I thought people need help. And also I offer discounts if you pay with cryptocurrency. I offer discounts from this price. That's also an option. But what I wanted to show you is something super cool. Yeah, so like you can tell AI like how quickly to reply, like within an hour, within 5 minutes. You can choose the style, like should it be an aggressive salesperson, assertive, soft approach, these kinds of things. This may be like too many options. I have to get rid of some options. It's a little bit too many things to click and choose, and then you can kind of test the campaign to make sure that the emails are really getting sent. You would test it, have it be sent to your email, you reply. If it's really working, then you can like launch campaign. And then here you get a bunch of analytics, like you get to see like contacts that you have. So for example, so far I found 257 contacts. I have their phone numbers, emails. I'm planning to also add automated calling. I don't know if it's a good idea because I'm kind of like a part of these outreach tools. It's like a spam factory. We all have more and more spam emails, outreach emails, people trying to sell us stuff and calling us. So I don't know if it's a great idea. Like, I don't like to be on the receiving end of this, to be honest. But at the same time, as a business tool, marketing tool, like this is really useful. But what I am trying to gonna build is also the ability to call businesses, and it's not going to be you calling businesses. It's going to be AI literally dialing these numbers. That's not available now. That's like going to be available later. But AI is going to be dialing these numbers, and it's sounding like a beautifully spoken salesperson that knows everything about your business, and will try to make sales, or at least set up like advanced, next level sales calls. So, by the way, am I still sharing screen? I think I stopped sharing screen for some reason. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I just noticed that I didn't share. How long was this going on that I didn't share screen? Let me quickly share my screen and just show you everything. Wow. So this was the cryptocurrency that I'm promoting, but really what I wanted to show you is the campaign, right? So you can basically, it's all in one form, but you can create a campaign, find businesses. Like you literally find businesses like dentists, click on them, like in New York, find 3 just so it doesn't work too much. It's going to find businesses pretty quickly. It has to make an API call to Perplexity. You see now it finds business information, and I can reach out to these businesses. I have like more information about them, sometimes phone number, but like sometimes their emails, and then you can set up this is what I was talking about. You can educate the AI about your business, then create a template. Then you can do a bunch of things like for example, choose an email template. I'm just going to choose one so I can keep going. Send your email, configure your email settings, like who it's from, etc. Then, as you can see here, configure AI settings. This is where you choose how fast it's going to reply, if it's going to be an aggressive salesperson, moderate, assertive, and all these other things, right? And then you basically test campaign. If it's working, then launch campaign. So that's really the tool. And then last thing I did was show the pricing. It's basically simple. The main difference you get is more emails that you can send each month because it's costly to send them. For me, that's why I kind of had to do it based on emails. And so that, and obviously these prices are, if you pay with cryptocurrency, they're totally negotiable, because cryptocurrency is deflationary. Like, I don't get credit card fees, transaction fees. There's so many fees that I don't have to pay, that I can pass it down to the consumer. So I can make it easily 20 or 25% off or whatever you like. So that's sort of the demonstration. And to sum up, I am making this available invite only to students only of, for now, it's only for students of my Udemy courses and anybody on these live calls from YouTube. I'm making it available. Starting, I got to work out a few more kinks, but like starting Monday or Tuesday, I'm going to open it up. If anybody wants to give it a try, I'm going to leave my email here in the chat. You could email me, because at the moment, the system won't let you create a paid account. It's only invite only now, and you basically have to just let me know that you want to do this, and I'll set up your account like manually for now. By the way, Dry Saber Boris, because you were so nice and you bought my cryptocurrency token last time and you invested it and you were, you trusted in me and you did that, you're gonna get a free account. I don't know for how long, but no. But if you'd like to try using it, you can be like one of the first ones, and you can have a free account totally. By the way, if anybody on this call or after this call invests in that cryptocurrency token, I'll give you free access for a month. Cool. So yeah, I appreciate it, because like I talked about it. It's something I'm working on, so I appreciate the support, and hopefully it's not too buggy. I'm working really hard to get the bugs out, but let's see what ends up happening with it. Cool. Okay, just make sure, see my email there. Make sure you email me, because I know you're in my courses, but it's a little hard to find you in my courses, even though I can. Just email me so that we can, so I can, like, basically I'll set you up an account, and I'll let you know as soon as it's ready. I'll give you a bunch of like instructions and all of the blah blah blah. But yeah, you're going to be first, because I appreciate you, not just that you bought the cryptocurrency, but that you join all the calls. So, all right. So, Lourdes, also, if this sounds like an interesting experiment where you can automate the outreach to the businesses that can hire, this can be an interesting use case, and we can, like, you can pitch businesses like, hey, we have great talent available. Are you hiring? If they're not hiring, they're not hiring. But if they're hiring, great, right? And especially you can search by vertical, like, if you have some trade that you're trying to get people to get a job for, you can search by vertical that hires that trade, and maybe that will help you optimize your outreach, especially when the AI is really good at sales. So it writes beautiful pitches. Like one time I compared how I would pitch my business, and I thought I'm not bad. Like I've been studying copywriting for 10 plus years. Cool. All right, Lourdes. I see your, yeah, but like I have been doing sales copywriting for like 10 plus years. I'm not like the best at it, but I just have an experience. And then I had a pitch that I wrote, and I had ChatGPT also write a pitch for the same thing, but from ChatGPT. And I was like, man, the ChatGPT, it made me want to cry, like, because it was pitching that fundraising for creative people, for artists and musicians. And ChatGPT was like really, just the writing was so good. It was like appealing to, you're going to reach your freedom, and finally your dreams are reach away, or whatever it was saying. But I was like, man, like this pitch got me emotional almost, right? Because it's not just like sales, it's like inspiring. So yeah, ChatGPT, is good at sales, and hopefully, I'm still like doing a lot of testing. By the way, a funny story. A lot of this vibe coding that I'm doing, it's not coding by writing code. I'm coding just by telling the AI code assistant in words what I want, and it builds it, and then I tell it, hey, change this, change that. So I don't have to sit at the computer anymore. And so I go on a treadmill or like around the track and just walk. And I walk for like an hour, and then like I just keep telling, hey, do this, don't do this. So I'm pretty intensively like clocking a lot of miles. while actually building up this tool. It's still like, it's beta, right? So like it's still buggy, but I'm working like really hard, like multiple hours a day, trying to get all the bugs out. And because there's so many details, like every feature you build, for it to work well, there's like a lot of details. But I'll stop talking about that. If anyone has questions or wants to discuss anything, this is a great time, because I'm sort of done with my agenda. I can still talk about a lot of stuff, um, but let me ask two questions for people in the chat. Did all the business ideas with AI that you can potentially do give you some ideas for something unique that you can do for yourself? Maybe like a new kind of website, an app that you couldn't build an app. Like maybe, for example, like Lourdes, like I'll give you an example. This is maybe too much, but like, let's say you're trying to connect job seekers to employers, right? What if you created an app that it was specifically for maybe your area in which you operate? I don't know if you operate in all North America or just locally in some city, but for the area you operate, that businesses can post jobs. And you made an app on the website for this, right? And suddenly businesses would go there and let you know that they're hiring, right? They're posting a job for free. Free job posting site is great, because usually businesses have to pay for job posting sites. But you are going to use that job posting site to let your clients find the companies that are hiring. And so immediately you can, if you have any kind of recruiting business or anything, before AI code assistance, it wouldn't be feasible to create such a company or such a website or an app, because it would cost, tens of thousands of dollars, months of work. There's just no resources like that. But today you can make it in a weekend, right? Maybe that's exaggerating, because it's a little bit complicated, but you could, if you tried hard, and maybe a week or two, you could. I mean, like, you can be like me, and we would like be on the treadmills next to each other, or meet on some track by accident. I can like notice another person intensely chatting, typing into their code assistant like me, while walking the track. So, yeah. So like, you see, these kinds of use cases really open up, because so even for my like cryptocurrency to gain adoption, I can make unique cool tools, or I can make like cool apps that tell people, hey, like, you want to invest, like, there's this token, this cryptocurrency, there's all these things that before we couldn't even think about them, because it would be like, yeah, it's a fun idea to think about, but who's going to create such a thing? Today it's totally possible. So these use cases are like, we're like a new realm. Like, so many use cases are opening, and people are thinking like, oh, AI is going to take my job. Yeah, but if you're on top of it, you can create something that will skyrocket, because now is really like uh, green pastures times for AI code assistance. Let me read some comments, because I have some comments in the chat. Are you familiar with Elsa? It can be used for B2C. I'm not familiar with Elsa, Erica. Let me quickly, Elsa, Elsa B2B sales. Let me actually share my screen, so we're all maybe looking at the same thing. And let's see. Share screen. This time I'm actually going to share screen. I think sharing. So I searched for Elsa B2B sales. Is this Elsa business, or let me see how you wrote it, because that doesn't seem like I'm finding the right thing. Can you I know that you cannot post a I think I'm not sure, the share screen broke anyway, doesn't matter. I know that you cannot put URLs into the chat here, but I can. So if you can email me the URL of Elsa, I'll check my email, and then I'll post it in the chat so everybody can see. Let me repost my email just so it's easy for you. Elsa by M1, okay. Elsa B2B sales by. It might be easier if you. I'm not finding it. It might be easier if you email me the URL, and then I'll post it for you. So with that in mind, let me also read all the other comments that I'm behind on. Oh, Lourdes, good idea. Thank you. I like that you like my idea. I did also think it's a good idea. You know what? I also thought of another idea for me. I think I might create a mobile app or a website that lists like the hottest meme coins or altcoins, and then one of the altcoins will be mine, right? So people will know like, hey, this is the altcoin to buy, and so I might get some buyers from my cryptocurrency um, from that app. So it's like a lot of use cases really open up. Hey, I see. I don't know your name because sometimes it shows me people's names, and sometimes it shows me screen names. Let me try to read this correctly. YouTube, Lee YouTube. We know that it's you because you're the only one like that, but I don't know your name. It doesn't show me. But hey, I will buy some of the coins. Thank you. I love that because I am really working hard at getting these coins going. If you want to buy them, let me show you. I made a super straightforward tutorial today for how to buy it exactly, so that the steps are not confusing. So I'm going to get the link for that, and for the so here's the link for how to buy the cryptocurrency, the token. Um, are you comfortable with navigating like cryptocurrency, Coinbase, Solana, all these things? If it's comfortable for you, it's super easy to buy. But if it's not, that tutorial is going to help you. And I made a longer tutorial for people who really want to know about special email for YouTube. I'm a real person. Yeah, I know everybody here is real. Jake, nice to meet you. Are you coming from YouTube or are you coming from one of my Udemy courses? And if you're coming from Udemy courses, feel very welcome to tell me which course you're taking and what kind of challenges you have and questions, and I'll do my absolute best to make sure that I get everybody to a good point where everybody's happy and everybody's kind of past their challenges. Because a lot of times, like, don't be shy, because we're all sort of, if you're on this call, most likely you're a Udemy student, and if you're a Udemy student, you're probably working on a business, career. All of us are, me too, me including, kind of in a struggle mode somewhere, don't know everything, because if we did, we wouldn't be here. We would be, on a boat. I guess I would be doing the Zoom. When I'm doing the Zoom calls, it's not Zoom, YouTube live from my boat, you'll know that everything went, I know I've got everything, but like, I'm not doing these calls on the boat just yet. So yeah, don't be shy about asking questions, or it's a good community. Usually the people are super helpful, and people in the chat are usually super helpful to each other, because I myself like don't have all the answers and all the perspectives, and very often a lot of people also who are on this call are really helpful to others. So yeah, don't be shy to ask questions, because the community of students is really good. And by the way, there's also like a lot of times there's like a certain amount of people on this chat live at the moment, but after this call, there's a whole bunch of people who watch it like post, not live, and they sometimes comment, and they sometimes comment nice things like smart suggestions. So usually these calls get like a couple of hundreds of views. So yeah, people can if you post questions, people might actually help you out. You never know. But let me I'm kind of going down the chat here. If I missed any questions, let me know. Don't be afraid to ask again or re-clarify your questions, because the most important thing is that I really help everybody on this call. But Thea, I don't know. I'm so bad with, forgive me. I started building one of the GPTs. Ooh, awesome. For individuals to get assistance with writing an obituary. Okay, very cool. Interesting use case. That's one of the largest issues clients have. Obituary. So like, do you mean that like when people when somebody dies, to write a, like the AI writes the obituary? or how would that work? It's interesting use case, interesting niche also, but maybe explain. Okay, I don't know so much about this field. Is it like, is obituary like a thing that is written like a one-time thing, or every person who's mourning writes an obituary, or am I think I'm like spacing out on this. I just don't know enough. I should it's like very common knowledge I should know, but maybe you can. um but actually it might be interesting, right? Because if you want to write something, you really want to write something beautiful and meaningful, right? And if a person is not a great writer, they could really benefit from writing something amazing. There's also these really cool tools. Did you see, what's actually a really cool tool? I don't know if you saw on social media, but I've been seeing a lot of these super viral short videos where they show somebody like they're 60-year-old now or 50, and they show them like how they were 2 years ago, 2 years before that, 5 years before that, 3 years before that, like, and up to when they were a kid, like how they got here and like their life trajectory. And you can actually make a video like that. And that would be really cool out of photos, out of people's photos. You can feed the photos and you can get AI video generators to create a thing like that, which I think, like, for some people, if you get the right photos and you capture them the right way, like, it's really emotional. Even like, celebrities that I see that I watch this for, like, I don't care about celebrities, but at the same time, I get it, like, it's very emotion evoking. Like, wow, like a person is now 70, but was like this young person with hope, whatever. I don't know. It basically, that's really kind of interesting, adjacent to what you're doing. That people who are mourning, oh my god, like they would, to see the life trajectory of a person. And then there's another thing that people they're doing with AI is like having AI sort of replicate a person who's deceased, kind of still talking, right? So let's say you have like young children who maybe didn't get to really get to know their grandparents, or even children who maybe want to talk to the parents. AI can recreate that experience, and kind of have that, a message from the past, or kind of a message from your grandpa, kind of, or that would be like, based on their writing or their life's work, right? You kind of put whatever. But I think those are super interesting use cases for what you're doing already, and you can do it without any coding or video creation. Yeah, it's very cool, right? You can do this. There are AI tools that can make videos like this. The one that I know most is not specializing in this, um, but I bet you got to dig around a little bit. But there's like a generative AI that does really cool videos. Um, and I think you just got to search around for examples. But like, if you ever saw, I don't know, we should do this experiment. I don't know if anybody knows this, but like, let me search on YouTube, and if I find that, like, there's a video that somebody made, like, of Will Smith eating spaghetti, totally AI made, and what it shows is spaghetti AI. So let me find this. Yeah. And you'll see how much progress the AI is making, and it's crazy how much AI has improved. So let me share my screen. I hope it's going to share. This is like a tricky. Okay, so I'm on YouTube, right? So look at this. In 2023, the AI was horrible. You can't hear it because I have headphones on. This is from 2023, bad AI, right? The spaghetti doesn't look right. The plate looks freaky and wrong. And the same video, this is a different video of him eating spaghetti. And then, right? And then later, 24, 1 year later, looks real. Like, you couldn't tell that it's AI. Maybe you could tell if you really focused on it, but like, you couldn't really tell if nobody told you it was AI. Maybe this is AI, right? You can tell. So, but that's 2024. that progress was made 2024 and 2025. It's probably, why does it say like it's not sharing screen? I don't know why. I didn't press stop sharing screen. Let me try that again. Okay, let's try this again. So this is 2024 horrible AI of Will Smith. Looks broken, right? Like doesn't look real at all. Like, no, but this is 2000. That's 24. Sorry, that's 23. This is 24. 24 is incredible, right? Like you cannot tell that it's a fake. It looks like if I didn't tell you, you just look like him. So let me stop sharing. Let me go back to. So if you can make this just by typing, hey, make AI Will Smith with spaghetti. You can make, you can create a script, and then you can make AI say a script and create super cool things that are super meaningful for your target audience. And anybody in mourning, if they had one more day or hour with a person that they're mourning, it's like a gift. A lot of people would react weirdly, I'm sure, because AI, people hate AI, but people tend to warm up to AI when they see like amazing, unique things that humans just wouldn't do or cannot do. So I think it's interesting. Yeah, and I think with this AI thing, like it's really like the number of use cases is so outrageously gigantic, and it's only a matter of like our own creativity of coming up with these business ideas. It's really a fascinating time. Um, yeah, because I'm thinking of a few ideas, but they're sort of based on older models sometimes, Um, but sometimes if you think about a niche or a topic and you're thinking about it a lot, you can come up with a really cool thing and literally make it, in sometimes minutes, sometimes hours, sometimes just days, where it would have taken you like weeks or months and so expensive, right? So, really cool opportunities that I'm really excited about it, honestly. It's almost like the challenge now is to rein it in, because I'm like, oh, I'm building that B2B tool that I am showing you, and then I'm like, oh, I want to create the app that I want to make, or so now people say like AI is going to take jobs. I feel like it's going to create jobs, because even though, like, let's say I wanted to make a website a year ago, I would hire some freelancers, I would get a logo, more freelancers, marketing, maybe more freelancers, right? But today I wouldn't hire for that. So those jobs are going to be gone. But I would hire somebody to manage my AI assistant and be like, I'm creating this B2B tool, and somebody else would be creating the mobile app that I came up with, the meme coin or altcoin mobile app idea, right? So I would hire a freelancer to just build stuff for me on the side. Um, and sorry, my wire got stuck on my chair. There it is. Right. So now I'm like, the jobs are different. Like it's literally like a no-code coder that can figure out AI and can make me apps and products that I want, and then we can promote it. Hopefully, that's a challenge, because there's now going to be more products, more everything. So promotion is going to be harder. But if it's unique enough and interesting enough, uh, yeah. So the jobs are just going to change. Very interesting. And a lot of times, what experts are saying, by the way, that the wealth is going to be like really vertical. So like, imagine you're on this call and you got an idea for so many businesses, right? Like um, creating custom GPT with AI uh, for businesses, right? Creating mobile apps in a day, creating websites, whatever, all these business ideas. And suddenly, like, if you make them work, you can make a lot of money. And then you can create your own marketing tools to automate the marketing. So you can get a lot of marketing, get a lot of clients, get rich. And then you get rich in a very short amount of time, because everything's automated, everything's built for you. You don't have to wait for developers to make something for 3 months. You can make a lot of stuff and promote a lot of stuff too. Um, but it's few people, because when you come out of this call, we have like an ecosystem today, right? Where, okay, we're talking about the same things. We have like a little community. we're on the same page. But when I go to the real world and I talk to people about it, nobody knows about AI code assistants, cryptocurrency tokens. Like nobody is even talking. Like this is not like even in the conversations. People are talking about like regular job, 9 to 5 job things. Like nobody's talking about AI and how crazy this. The crazy, like, of course, obviously there are some people talking about it, but it's a small fraction. And so for those people, for a lot of them, the AI is coming to take their jobs. But there's a lot of people who are on top of it. And those people who are on top of it, who are thinking of like business ideas and nuances and things that could have been done, could not have been done 6 months ago or 9 or 12 months ago, that totally could be done now with AI code assistant, all this stuff. They can, have this vertical experience where they can build up a business and build it up not escalated. What's the word? I'm blanking on this very common term. Anyway, let's say escalate for now. And now it's bothering me. Why am I forgetting this word? I never forgot this word before. Scale those businesses really quickly. And so the wealth distribution becomes really vertical, right? A lot of people struggling, like, hey, I took my job, I don't know what to do, poor me. And then there's a lot of people who are like, I'm benefiting from AI like crazy. By the way, I'm benefiting from myself, benefiting from AI like crazy. Like this cryptocurrency that I launched, couldn't have done it without the help of AI. This B2B business that I launched, I knew about this kind of stuff that I knew this was in demand for a long, long, long time. Couldn't build it, just didn't have the resources in terms of like, I have to pay attention, like hire engineers. It's going to take me away from my main work. Like it was impossible. Now it's possible. So like for like me, I'm like really benefiting from it. And the more I benefit from it, the more I kind of talk to people about it, brainstorm about it, and get more ideas about it. And so, yeah. So hopefully this inspires you also to, kind of do this too. Now, I'm going to post some links. I posted some free tutorials. I have some paid courses on this, like on YouTube, Udemy, but they're longer. So if you want like more elaborate stuff, more elaborate courses, that I'm going to post Udemy links if you like that. But there are free options. I posted like, the basics that you can use on YouTube. So let me actually show you how I walk through of how I made that custom B2B sales outreach. Like how to build an AI agent, because that B2B tool, it's not just a software, it's an AI agent, because the agent sits there and works on your behalf. So here's the video on how to build an AI agent. So this is here free on YouTube. And then how to make a website with AI. I'll post that also. So if anybody is interested in those kinds of things, I'm posting those as free. So it's not like I'm selling stuff. How to create a website. So that's, 2 things: how to create a website with AI and how to create a agent software with AI, like a much more complex software than just a website, and then commercialize it like I did, like I showed you earlier. Like I had a whole commercialized website, like here's the pricing tiers, people can buy it, things like that. So let me get you the more elaborate courses. If you want to take like the full course, I'll post discounts here. Course on Udemy for how to build a website with AI, which is also a service you can offer, by the way, to freelance as a freelancing service. And then there's also a course on how to build more or less sophisticated software, like service software as a service or an AI agent. So that's also going to post that here. So that's that. So everybody has those resources if you want. If you have those resources for reference, if you want it. If there's anything you want to build, an app or anything, those tutorials, the free or the paid ones, they are going to get you pretty far. And even the free ones are going to, like, you can do a lot of stuff with it. So if you have an idea now, you don't have to feel restricted. You can just, okay, like if it fails, it fails. Maybe you wasted a day, but if it works, you just open up such a big opportunity. It's almost like, I keep on thinking and in my mind referencing Uber, because Uber in 2000, let's say 9 or 10, there was taxis, right? There was universe of taxis, and you would just have to hail a cab or call it. And then Uber came along, and they took advantage of this new technology that became available, which is maps and geolocation on your phone. Because before that, you couldn't call an app from your phone. But as soon as that became available, the guy, Travis Kalanick, who, the founder, he's a little controversial, but, whatever. But nevertheless, he sat there and he thought about it, like, okay, like what kind of software can we make with this, or how can I, what can I do with this new technology? And he came up with Uber, and then he pitched investors, and investors are like, oh, you can take over the taxi industry. That's a multi-billion-dollar idea. Bunch of people invested. It helped that he was a seasoned entrepreneur. Of course, he was already like on his, he was already successful entrepreneur before, like he had an exit, whatever. But the investors liked the idea, saw the multi-billion-dollar opportunity, invested in it, and then the rest is history, right? So now we have Uber, and that guy, he's a multi-billionaire. In the same idea, right? We're just looking at, okay, we had old use cases, but new technology that enables us to do new cool things. And this is this paradigm of AI and different things you can do with AI and the different kinds of help. The level of brainstorming when it's next to you is through the roof. And also, of course, the AI coding assistants. If you want to make anything, like you've heard me before, right? I don't even like sit at the computer, because sitting at the computer is unhealthy too much. But I just go for a walk, or as long as you don't walk into a tree or poop on the street or some, I live in this area where, like, there's some geese, and these geese, they poop on the street so much you can't really look at your phone, because sometimes you might like walk into like gross areas. But if you go to a treadmill or a track at least, and just walk and walk, those circular tracks that just, and you can like literally build websites and apps and software if you just walk around the track or walk. And that's actually what I've been doing, which really, really opens so much opportunity. You just get healthier while building a business. It's also, priceless in a sense, because sitting in front of a computer is not really very, very good. So anyway, that's that. Since I've been chatting for a while, let me do this. I'll create awkward silence. I'm going to drink. I have this gigantic bottle of water that I bought just for this call, so it doesn't run out during the call, because sometimes there's little cups of water run out. And then maybe while we have this awkward silence, you can think of anything anybody wants to discuss, any questions, any ideas, any challenges you're facing. I'm all yours. I'll be awkward silence creating with drinking water, and then I'll wait for your questions in the chat. Because also, if you don't do that, and if you don't ask questions, I'll just take the conversation somewhere where I want to take it, and it might not be your interest area. By the way, somebody just joined. Welcome. And if you're curious why there's going to be awkward silence, it's because you came at this exact moment when I'm creating awkward silence, so that people feel welcome to ask questions, and they don't feel like they're interrupting. So anyway, I'm going to drink water now. Got a question. How do I use SEO when I'm not tech savvy? What are the must-do basics? Do you have a website now? We can look at it and I can show you. We can look at this together. For SEO, you don't have to be tech savvy at all. Um, Now, when I say that, I run into a not a problem, but a miscommunication in the past, because there are some people who are tech savvy, like uh, like that. That means for me, you're not a programmer. But some people say that when they say that, they mean like they're coming from a totally different industry. Like, let's say you haven't been working with computers a whole lot, and so the SEO were like you're not like basically not a online geek like me, right? Like I'm like an online full on nerd. It's my native space. I'm comfortable online. Um, send me in an email. Send me um, an email with your URL, and I'll check my email, and it will be accurate. By the way, I forgot to check my email, because if anybody emailed me, um, yeah, I whoever posted the B2B tool, they didn't email me. Hey, Dantes, what? Welcome. Uh, yeah, send me to my email, because I just posted my email address. Send me to my email. Wait, hold on, I gotta talk. I gotta say my sentence and then catch up with the chat. But yeah, whoever wants me to look at their website, send me your email. Um, Sorry, not send me your email. Email me your URL, and I'm gonna share my screen, and we're gonna look at it live. Um, and we're going to examine everything, and I'm going to tell you exactly how you can do your SEO is really, really not hard these days. It was a lot harder before, but these days it's very reasonable. um, so let me catch up on the chat. uh, Dante, yeah, like businesses online but rarely do social media. Me neither. Like I only started doing these live calls, but I think social media is more necessary now, even if you hate social media, because a lot of the LLM SEO, like they want to see activity of you online and interacting with other people and other websites mentioning you. So today it's like you got to do more on social media. It's almost like an SEO strategy as well. Let me quickly. Lorda said, "How do you not give up when you experience failure?" We actually had a guest a couple of weeks ago and talked about exactly this. Sometimes it's really hard. Well, everybody experiences failure. There's always like this is a great question, by the way, because it's failure is like really emotional, right? When you get a business idea, you're super excited, which by the way is a unhelpful emotion to start a business with, because when you're excited about something, you are really looking at the best case scenario and getting a lot of like blind spots. Um, and the day to day of working on the business is not so exciting. There's Failure is fine. Like people will always make you feel bad about your failure. A lot of people, when you start a business, people ask you, "So how's your business doing?" I mean, if you're not doing well, your answer is not that great, and it sometimes feels embarrassing. People ask you, "So how much money are you making now?" And the answer in your mind, it might be feeling embarrassing, or like, "How long are you going to keep trying this business?" The answer might feel embarrassing. Don't do that, because people who know don't ask these questions. People who like have been there before, they would ask different, more supportive questions, because these kinds of there's a lot of questions that make you immediately feel bad about what you're doing if you're early. But it's fine. Like failure is like literally the step before you succeed, because almost no one succeeds right away. There are of course cases like Mark Zuckerberg. He succeeded relatively fast, but this is the exception. This is not the rule. The rule is like you feel excited, you start, and then you feel horrible, like it's not working, it's not working, it's not working. But what you have to do is continuously problem solve to think, okay, how can I get around this problem? How can I get around this problem? A little bit like you saw on this call, like when we talked about like how do you find employers for the job seekers. Okay, well, like new ideas, right? Maybe we create a website or app for posting jobs. Okay, like basically problem solve. If that doesn't work, fine, another idea. What that actually does in an amazing way, there's a little bit of neuroscience that is in here, and I talk about this in some of my courses. The neuroscience of this is that you have a baseline of dopamine, and dopamine gives you the motivation and feel good and energy also, because with dopamine you release adrenaline. So you have all these great things to work, but when you fail, like, right, you expect something good, but when your outcome is below expectation, your dopamine drops below baseline and you feel really horrible. If that persists, like you fail and you fail again and you fail again and fail again, your your dopamine goes below baseline and you feel horrible. You don't want to do this business anymore. You're less motivated. It's all bad. But at some point, when you problem solve and you think, "Ooh, if I create this app that's going to have the job postings, what if it's going to become a popular app and I'm going to be able to staff every client of mine will be able to get a not any job but a great job, potentially problem solve." This hope will raise your dopamine levels far above baseline. It will make you feel really good because you have kind of a light at the end of the tunnel to work from. You'll feel so good in your day. You'll feel so good working on this thing. Okay, it might not happen, right? It might not succeed because not all of our projects succeed. So at some point, your dopamine levels might crash. But the solution is to problem solve how you can fix it. As soon as you problem solve, as soon as you see the light at the end of the tunnel, your dopamine levels rise above baseline. You actually feel really good about your project and your startup. So that's one method that I found really works for me. Because at the end of the day, like, you want to be excited about what you're working on, and features and websites and all these little things. Like, you should feel excitable, right? It's like, yeah, everybody feels horrible at times, sometimes, especially early. I remember when I was broke and I was renting a place, like I was renting a room from somebody, and all I had was a room and I didn't have any help. And I remember like just staring at the four walls, and there was no help, just my computer and four walls, and it was like really sad. And I literally remember like I literally just four walls. um and it was moments where it was sad. If you're sad, if you feel bad, exercise is not for weight loss, it's for mental health first and foremost. um I mean, it's going to have good benefits, for your health, but like in entrepreneurship, exercise is for mental health. Sometimes you feel bad about your business, you exercise, you feel great. And sometimes during, if you go for a walk, you'll get ideas. Like sometimes when I go for a walk, but if I have my like Apple iPods, whatever, the headphones, and I listen to some podcast or something, it's not really helpful. But if I leave them at home and my brain is like bored and I'm thinking about my problems that I have to solve, the level of problem solving is so creative when you walk, right? And you feel better, and you can come home and you have all these like 10 different things to work on. Your dopamine levels rise. This is one of the core things in entrepreneurship, because you have that, like, self-management is core to success, because you cannot be at the sad slash despondent level. It would just cause bad. Like if you feel bad about your business for an extended period of time, it's going to cause quitting. And there's just mechanisms. There's like, people call them like protocols, or there's like things to do to not stay in your rut, right? Creative problem solving, raise your dopamine levels, because you kind of know how dopamine works. Raise your dopamine levels, get enough sleep, hydration. All these things may actually like make you physically feel good. And if you're working in your business, they make you feel good on your business. So a ton of this, and this doesn't come from me, by the way. There's a research about this from like latest neuroscience, people who study emotional intelligence, people who study um, productivity, scientists and neuroscientists. Like, I'm basically like, none of the stuff that I'm saying is from me. It's like science backed, science proved. This kind of information is in some of my courses. Like, I have a big productivity course and I have some productivity and personal development courses. They're not as popular as my marketing courses, but I actually feel like they're more life changing. Like, I certainly benefit from all these things because I use that stuff. But yeah, that's really, really, not getting down on yourself is totally self management. There's a researcher, very, very famous researcher, like, her daughter, I was listening to this interview, and she said like her daughter used to suffer from really horrible, like real depression. And then this researcher, was doing all this research and found all these things about self-management and mood management, and it's even like related to how much you drank, and not alcohol, actually water, hydration, and what you ate, and how your gut is feeling. Really, you don't know this, but like how your gut is feeling and how your body is functioning translates to mood and helps you recover from failure. And then she said she created this protocol for her daughter who was depressed. And this is not me talking. This is not cuckoo science, right? This is like a literal scientific researcher who works for one of the top universities, who's like leading researcher in her field. She's like, by and large, she solved her daughter's depression, like clinical depression, through self-management by hydration, correct diet, um, exercise, sleep, and a few other things like that go into self-management, but like the absolute basics, but consistently doing them well. And for business, it's totally true also. Like if I don't get enough sleep, if I'm tired, first I'm gonna think worse, have worse decisions, have worse outcomes, but yeah, like a lot of it is self-management. um and yeah, anyway, so that's a super long answer to a relatively short question, but there's like a lot of people struggle with how do you deal with failure, because everybody deals with failure, and so much of it, me too. Like people, there's all these naysayers. You get excited about something. The worst is you get excited about something, some business idea, some feature, tell people, and they and they kind of knock it down, oh, it's not going to work, or how's that going to make money, or whatever, and then immediately they make you feel bad about what you're doing. It's easy to be sensitive when you're not succeeding, right? So but you can't listen to that. You got to do your own thing, pursue your own thing. It might, I think if you pursue your own thing very persistently, most of the time you can like create miracles. I've had so many clients that like struggle, but as long as they don't quit, they end up with results that far surpass what they had hoped for themselves. It's not always going to happen. Like it's not magic, it's like, but so often for me too. Like there was some times in the past I wanted to quit. I almost like was like had some times where, oh, I'm gonna just look for a 9 to 5 job, but it's persistent, super hard work, constantly problem solve. And if you problem solve enough and execute, you'll get past your challenges, and then you'll get to a good place. You'll never like not have failures, but you'll get to a better place. Let me read the next question. Failure, good sign. Failure, actually, you never like wish for it, but it's actually a good sign. Like I had a teacher in university. I remember they said, if you're struggling, if it's hard, this is good. It means you're learning. Because if it's not learning, that means you already know this stuff. If you're not struggling, you already know this stuff. So yeah, struggle is good. Struggle makes you stronger. Struggle makes you, adapt and become a better version of you. Again, it's not something we wish for. I wish things were easy. Like even saying this, right? I wish for the easier outcome. But I think it's like struggle is like a part of the universe. It's good. I mean, yeah, but don't want it. But when you get it, it's good. So you kind of on the right track. Boris said, for everybody who doesn't know, Dry Saber screen name is Boris. I built a simple scheduling application during this call. No way. Wow, cool. Trying to decipher all those message Replit throws on me. Looks good, but not sure it works. I like the interface. Yeah. That's really cool that you built that. Now, what would be a cool case to use some like to make it unique, I don't know, like maybe the AI can ask you about the meetings that you're going to have and then give you suggestions for how much time to allocate. Which app exists? The one that you're making, or the one that I mentioned at some point, or the scheduling app? By the way, I got a question for Narayan. Maybe, sorry, I'm going to be just, seems like bad with names. Okay, cool. Let me get to Narayan's questions, and we're going to talk about the application you built. That's a really cool example. Yeah, Replit is pretty cool that like that. Sometimes Replit like hallucinates and creates bugs. But I made some tutorials for how to make Replit unhallucinate, because sometimes the code assistants, they create software that's a little buggy and things like that. But so Narayan, let me read your question. Hi Alex, can you tell me what is the potential of AI agents in the future? How will it change our lives? Oh, entirely. Um, there's even like it's even going to change SEO, because at some point I think I didn't see this in practice, but I heard people talking about it. Like, let's say you want to buy something or attend some event or whatever. Now you can search for like, what are the events, or can you give me the website for an event, right? But the AI agents, they will actually buy you tickets or find you tickets to an event, and then they'll be like, okay, here's the tickets available, here's the best price, would you like me to negotiate on your behalf, would you like me to look for discounts? Okay, I found you discounts. So it works on your behalf. And I think now, like, where we can have an AI assistant, soon we can have multiple AI agents that specialize in different things. And the more people take advantage of AI agents, the more productive you'll be, because I think we're in this like crazy productivity unlock world where there's like the haves and the have-nots. The have-nots is people who are like not using AI. Like, if you're today, you have to have ChatGPT on one of the browser tabs. It's like almost like, I use it, you got to use it. There's so many use cases. Um, Not only to do boring things for you, but to just be smarter, to write better, and help you and teach you so many things, help you understand complex things. So there's that, right? But soon all these AI agents will pop up. And the cool thing is that, why don't we make the AI agents that other people use? Sure, we're going to use AI agents that we're going to use, but that are made by other people. But why would this prevent us from making our own? Like, whatever your industry is, you can make your own AI agent. For people who don't know about AI agents, AI agent is basically a piece of software that you give it a task, like, hey, do this, sell this, buy this, read this, I don't know, create this. And instead of like usually a website would come back and it would say, okay, here's the information, now you give more input. You give more input, a website comes back, here's more information. An AI agent doesn't wait for your input anymore unless it really needs it. It just goes on and does the task. It's smart, it does the task. You teach it a little bit, and the AI agent will be like, okay, well, for this task I need to do this and this and this, and it just does it. And then it will tell you, hey, I'm complete, or I got to a like a blocking point for some reason, I need help. But yeah, there's no reason why we cannot make our AI agents. In fact, that software, I don't know if you were on the call early, but the AI software that I recommended, not recommended, I built and showed, um, that was, inspired by the idea of AI agents, so that the AI agent can take over your email inbox and just sell on your behalf. Because there's other things that I can build, right? You can tell the AI agent in the beginning all the things that I showed manually, right? Like, I showed, do this outreach. Why would I type that in? Instead, I can tell the AI agent, I said, hey, I need to do sale. Like, this is like the next version of this tool. I can tell the AI agent, hey, I need to sell, I need 5 clients for my SEO services or whatever, right? Go and find these businesses, pitch them, email them back and forth, and email me back if you feel like some client is close to buying. I need to take over the sales process so I can close the sale. Why not have that? Um, it's hard to make that with AI, because it's not going to create the whole thing from like one prompt. You have to go, back and forth, figuring out the features you want to build. But like, I think that's the future. Is, at least, when I say future, I mean like the next 2 years. Who knows what's going to happen after 2 years? Whoever is mean to AI, probably AI is going to take over. destroy the whole world, right? And that's just a joke. But there's this use case, right? There is this possibility of like AI goes rogue. So whatever future we have, and we can plan for like 2 years, 1 year. But yeah, in this 1 year, in one day, you can make an app. Even the interesting thing, the cool thing, the way that I like to do entrepreneurship, I like to create some, like, maybe you've heard of this idea, MVP, minimum viable product, where your product pretty much sucks. You can call it beta, you can call it whatever. It pretty much sucks, but you launch it and you put it into the hands of some like really early people, like your friends and family or things like that, and they use it and they find problems, and you go and quickly fix it, and you do the same iteration. You fixed it, you put it in hands of more people. They find problems, you fix it, you put that in the hands of more people, and so on and so on. And so this quick iterative development is how I like to do. Really, it's not how I like. I mean, I like it, but it's pretty standard. Like, there's a name for this. It's the lean startup methodology. It's by this guy that I forget, Eric Ries. I feel like I'm always forgetting something. Yeah, Eric Ries, he created this lean startup methodology. Maybe people on this call have heard of it. It's pretty standard these days. Like, if you're building software, this is pretty much what you would do, because it not only helps you with your product development, it helps you with your sales. Because I'll tell you a little story. This is a cool story. So there was this guy in the 70s, maybe you've heard of him, Steve Blank. He was really, he was huge. Today, he's a Stanford MBA professor kind of level, one of the top professors in the world on business. But how did he get there? He, in the 70s, he used to be an executive, a CEO, and they used to build software very crudely, and features and ideas very crudely. They would have a bunch of people sitting in an office, like internally, maybe like we are sitting together and brainstorming, like, do you think that clients want this? Yeah, probably the clients want that. Okay, let's build it. And so they would build it, and 6 months later, the clients are like, we don't really want that. And so this failed. Like, it's super costly, super risky. And so this breakthrough that now is going to sound like, is like, why is this so genius? It's not breakthrough at all. But back then, this guy Steve Blank, he created this methodology. It was called the customer development methodology, where you basically don't brainstorm in your office. Yeah, you brainstorm a little bit, but then you go to your clients, like create a focus group, or go to your existing clients and say, hey, I'm planning this feature or planning this thing. We use this. If yes, will you pay for it? If no, why not? Or all these things, right? And so people tell you, your clients tell you what they're going to use and what they're going to pay for and not. And then this guy, Steve Blank, he started using this, and his companies took off. And I believe he had like 3 multi-billion or 3 IPOs. Like, basically, well, that's when your company trades in the live stock market, which, you basically made a ton of money. And so he created this methodology, and so he became a Stanford student, teaching MBA students. And one of his students was this guy, Eric Ries, who created the same model, but applied it to software development with this, iterative environment. Like, you make a little feature, a little change, a little something, put it in the hands of customers, get the feedback, improve your product or software. Don't overthink it, don't overdo it, put it back in the hands of customers. Customers will use it, give you feedback, and you have this iterative loop, which causes your software development to not only be lightning fast, which means cheaper, but also more accurate in terms of client adoption later on, right? Because clients are going to get what other similar people said would be useful. And so, how did we get onto this? It's the iterative environment with AI, because you can't tell it just make a whole thing, but little by little features, and then you can quickly put it in the hands of customers. Let me quickly catch up with the chat, because I feel bad sometimes when I keep talking and I see the chat pop up, but I can't immediately answer people's questions. But yeah, build AI agents, definitely. And then Dante said, the online space is hard, failure is normal. Yeah, totally normal. It doesn't feel normal It feels bad, but it's totally fine. Um, there are signs like, if you've been doing on your business, working your business for a long time, sometimes it is good to quit because like you can't work on something forever. But most of the time, people don't quit because of that. Most of the time, people quit prematurely and too easy. Like don't feel good, too many naysayers. Um, those are like the things that make people quit early on. Let me see. But yeah, but also sometimes if you've been working on something for 2 years and you're really giving it a super super good try, okay, it's time to reconsider. Maybe not quit, but change strategy. That's also good. Um, so okay, let me catch up with the comments. Yeah, Dante, 10 to 20% of the time seems to be thinking, planning. Yeah, totally. Because if you're not planning, like planning is like really, really good, because if you don't plan, your work becomes so expensive, because the longer it takes you to find a strategy error, a software error, the longer and more expensive it is to fix it. And so the more you strategize and think and plan, the more accurate your work will actually be. Um, I learned this concept like 20 years ago, and it's really been true, and I've been sticking with it. So yeah, it's the more you're learning and brainstorming and planning, the better. I mean, if you're doing it full time, 100% of the time it's bad because you're procrastinating on launching. But at 10 to 20% is perfect. Okay, and then Boris said no app exists. How can a no app exist, like scheduling app? Aren't there like a million scheduling apps? Maybe you can clarify. All scheduling tools are really overcomplicated and don't reflect the needs coaches or teachers. Yeah, that's true sometimes. But there's good ones. You can just send the URL, people pick a time, that kind of thing. Yeah, maybe if you make a simpler one that actually has a lot of value, because it's true. Like you don't want a simple, complicated calendar because it's annoying to use for clients. Let me just drink some water. I'll be back. I'm not. I'll be back. But and then Dante said, "Have you had any success with agents? I haven't seen many opportunities." Well, this tool that I'm building now. Let me show you, because I'm building this tool now. I'll share my screen because I shared it earlier. I shared my screen and showed that tool before, but people might have missed it. Share. Whoa, wrong button. In YouTube live controls, in the middle of the screen on the bottom, there's like a whole bunch of little buttons next to each other, and every once in a while I misclick it, and one of the buttons is end the stream, and it's next to schedule share screen, and every once in a while I almost make that mistake. But let me share screen and show you the AI agent that I'm building. And so the agent is just basically works half, right? So I'm creating this outreach tool. You kind of like create a campaign name, find businesses. This is AI driven, so you kind of find businesses, create your email pitch. This is also AI driven. And then here, blah, 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 blah. You can get the AI to write on your behalf, right? So instead of AI just sending an email once, you can just let the AI take over your inbox and manage your eyes. Not only for, in this case, it's for B2B sales, but you can do this for work if you're brave enough. You can do this for a lot of things as long as you train the AI enough. Um, so you can create something like this. Like this is a business outreach tool, but you can do this at a job also. Let me share my screen. Sorry, let me stop sharing my screen since I kind of already showed the tool. But there are more interesting use cases, but the one that's compelling is like go and sell. That's definitely compelling. Let's look at Google and see what kind of why would you look at Google when we can use ChatGPT? Let me use ChatGPT and very quickly ask what kind of use cases are there for AI agents. All right, let's see what it says. Okay, so there's autonomous and semi-autonomous ones. Let's see, sales and marketing automation. Okay, that's a tool that I'm making. Customer support and help desk. Okay. Coaching and education. Does that mean I'm going to get replaced? Personal AI tutors. Yeah, for sure. But then it's not really an agent, because you would just, I guess the agent can tell you stuff you need to know instead of waiting for you to answer. Interesting. Things that create interactive practice and feedback. That's pretty interesting. Business operations, internal tools. That's cool. Actually, internal tools are really, by the way, internal tools are super cool because they're boring. And there's a saying, boring businesses make money. And if you can think of a good use case of like business, how to optimize business operation with software that you might make with AI, well, that's great, right? Because you can then go and sell that to businesses who can pay. And it's easy for you to do because you made it with AI. So this is like, number 4 is great. Software development. Yeah, I guess you can just make a coder software, create code. Research. Let me share screen so people can see also. I don't have to read. Every time I come back to share screen, I see that there are comments. Dante says, I could use an agent, but something like make is out of my league unless I hire somebody. But it's free to make. Like you just use it Replit. Like I don't, like I'm creating mine, but I'm not writing any code. I wouldn't be able to create it by writing code. It's like way too complicated, too complex of a software. Let me drink some water because I feel like I'm losing my voice, and I feel like we still have some long way to go. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, not the giant sites, yeah. But like if you look at Zapier. Yeah, like automate workflows, right? Exactly. But see, the cool thing is that if you look at pricing, actually it's not expensive. Automate AI powered workflows. Okay, good job, Zapier. Um, Pretty interesting. Yeah, like that. So they enabled this kind of stuff. Um, it's definitely worth looking at this some more. Actually, this Zapier is an interesting use case. Um, and then Tia said, "Can you suggest any easy way to track what's actually working when it comes to marketing?" Yes, but give me 1 second. I want to turn off my air conditioner because before it was hot, but now I'm freezing. I'll be back in 5 seconds. I am back. Interesting. Um, it's interesting that it's hard to create stuff on Zapier, but let me come back to that. Thea, let me ask you, give me an example of what you would be promoting, like a feature or tool or something specific, and then we can sort of um, talk about specifics of how you can measure that one, because um, tracking is a huge part of marketing. There's also a saying in marketing, If you cannot measure it, don't do it. Okay, it's not a perfect saying, because a lot of times you cannot measure a lot of things, but you still do them. You cannot measure things in the future, but you should still build towards it. So it's a faulty saying, but it's reasonable, and it's a good guideline. Um, so definitely, whatever you're building, you need to have analytics for sure, like Google Analytics or for mobile apps, app analytics, and you have to track KPIs. These stands for key performance indicators that are specific for your business. Like for example, for YouTube, like let's say I was making a YouTube video, the KPIs are there. Well, there's two kinds of KPIs. There's a leading indicators and there are trailing indicators. Like trailing indicator is like if I am making less money, let's say, that would be a trailing indicator of that my videos suck. And a leading indicator might be that I have higher watch time. If I have higher watch time and I monitor the watch time, or if if you have a website, you monitor how many times people are clicking around, and how long are the sessions. And the longer the session, that's a KPI. That means the site is good, it's satisfying people. The less the KPI, then people are going like, oh, I don't care about it, I'm going to just click away, right? So low engagement. So engagement is a KPI. You can measure that in many ways. Things like that. It's an actual service. I'm just reading your comment. As an actual service, I design obituaries, programs for memorial services. I actually make memorials, keepsakes, which are physical products. So this is really good for the keepsakes. So on keepsakes, let's say you sell on Etsy or your own website, you will always have a certain KPI, which is traffic. So you have a certain amount of traffic, and you have another KPI, which is sales. And this gives you a conversion rate, let's say 5%. And then you're thinking, okay, like how can I increase my conversion rate? Okay, so maybe if I write a better opening email, maybe that, right? And so then you start tracking, did my KPIs improve? So you basically put it out there, look at it for a few weeks, see if the data improved. Great. If no, then you're on the right track. If the data didn't improve, then you're on the wrong track. So something like this, right? So you always want to set KPIs, change variables, change the system a little bit, and then measure the results. And then if it's bad, you come back to the step before. If it's good, you just keep going down that path, sort of usually. So that's that. But certainly you should not buy. It's free. You should install Google Analytics and the Google Search Console. These will tell you who's coming to your website, how many people, is that increasing or is decreasing, stuff like that. This is like pretty standard. Google Analytics and Google Search Console. Dante said, yeah, it's hard to create. I tried before, Zapier. I'm surprised that it's hard to create. Okay, Tia said it's a service. Oh, I did catch up with I did catch up with the chat. Let me drink some water so I don't lose my voice. Yeah, cool. That's a nice compliment. That when Dante says when he listens to the videos, yeah, it's exciting. It's good to be a part of a community. It's really hard to work on your own because sometimes it is a little hard to kind of get going. By the way, did you see the cryptocurrency that I launched? I made this. If you joined if you joined late, earlier I was talking about this cryptocurrency that I launched. I'll share my screen and show it to you, and then I'll show you the calculations also from ChatGPT. But so this is the token. There was somebody on this call that said they were going to buy it, but then there was no transactions during this call. But these are like, you see this, the green arrows of people buying is going up and to the right. And then I was going to show, where is it on my computer? Oh yeah, the charts. It's how much the price appreciation can go, right? Because now it's a thousandth of a penny, but as people buy up the shares, the tokens, which is pretty easy to do because the tokens is, $1,000 tokens is like now $1, so it's pretty easy to sell them out. Your price can increase to like, now it's a tenth of a penny, but if it goes to a penny, it's 10x. So you can kind of see the price breakdown, which is kind of interesting because sometimes you don't know, like, what happens with a certain cryptocurrency. Like if you have it in a certain community pool, does that really increase the price? And every cryptocurrency has a slightly different tokenomics, but at the same time, it's kind of accurate. And basically, the more your supply goes down, the less liquidity you have, the more token price goes up. So the other chart of this is this. It's crazy, right? As soon as there's like under 100 tokens left, it's going to take off like insane. Let me close this and close this and close this and share my screen. Okay, let me catch up with the chat a little bit. I want to also know why the Zapier is hard. I'm not a user, so I wasn't on the inside of it. But is it just to create good workflows is hard? Like, is it buggy? Thea said the tool. The tool will be available Monday. But if you want to sign up for it, you can sign up anytime. So email me. I'll send my alex.genedinik. I'll post my Gmail again just so you have it, and then you can let me know about it. Like Monday, these new tools, they sometimes need a day or two extra. Who knows? Or maybe they're done early. There's always some bugs. So things like that. Oh, by the way, I got I don't know how to say this name, but EWK uniquely. I think it sounds like uniquely, which is a super cool name. I sent the URL. So she sent me her company URL, so we can look at it together. Oh, I remember this because I think you asked me during in Udemy private messages about this. I think I remember it now. Cool. Yes. Okay. So let's look. And the question was how to do the SEO for that website, right? Dante, by the way, like Replit, a lot of times is also tedious. Like sometimes it's easy to start, but like it makes bugs that are weird, and then it is also a little tedious. And if you're sitting in front of a computer and you can do better things, or then it's like very frustrating. But at least in what what I would do, this is what I did. This have really helped. I asked ChatGPT what happens. What are the good practices of working with Zapier, and it told me exactly how to work with it and what kind of mistakes not to make and how to talk to it. And after that, I started like going much faster. But yeah, to answer the question, yeah, let's say by Monday I'll have the tool ready. And the way to get it is just to email me, because right now the login of that website is not connected to a payment method. So, and that's by design. Like it basically, when people create an account, you can create a free account, but then it just takes you to a page saying, we're in beta, so we're only accepting a few people, and that kind of thing. So basically, you have to just email me in any case. Yeah. By the way, since I'm still waiting on for more questions and comments. Has anyone dabbled in the cryptocurrency before? Sometimes I talk a lot about it on these calls, but um, a lot of people are still kind of like not into it. That was me drinking water to make awkward silence so people can pose the questions in the chat. Oh yeah, I know you did, Boris. If you would like to learn, actually, you know what? I have like 3 videos. I have that short video that shows the price trajectory, and I have a video on how to buy the cryptocurrency token, but I also have a full video explaining the benefit. But I'll quickly explain to you the benefit here. It's really good knowledge. Just before I do that, let me pull up that URL for like the full Spark token walkthrough so that you can understand. Um, um, I'm pasting something 1 second in the chat. I'll talk in a second. So yeah, like how to, so like that tutorial that I pasted now. By the way, all these links, probably the best way to do it is to click on it so that you have it open in a browser tab, and then when this call is over, you can kind of come back to it at your own time. But so I pasted this link there, and then also I'm gonna send you. I think I launched the course. I think it's free. I'm not sure. I think I launched it as a free course. Like I did a personal finance course with ChatGPT, which is really cool. So I asked ChatGPT, hey, like, what about this thing that everybody thinks is right? Is this profitable? They're like, no. Let me send you a link. Got it. Okay, I found the link. Just gonna have to. It's a free course. I recently launched it, so I launched it as a free course. So there's that course. Oh, it's unavailable? Okay. Let me make it available. I put it like private for a little while, but okay, now it's available. In 3 seconds, it's going to be available. That should be available now. I think if you refresh, it will be available. But that explains everything. But also take that course, the free course that I posted. It's basically a free course. Like even on Udemy, the price is 0. I plan to charge for it later, but for now, it's free. And I did all these calculations with ChatGPT, like, what's the real inflation compared to reported inflation? It was a 5+%. Okay, so all the investments you can make, if it's something returning 5%, that's you're not really making money. It's just breaking even. So Bank CD no longer works. Kind of this kind of thing. So I looked at different use cases of like investments, and it turned out like one of the better ones is a cryptocurrency because it scales. The returns have been much greater, even if you take into account what do you call it? I is a little tired. I'm blanking on some words. I'm spacing out, but I'm still powering through. Sorry if I'm a little bit like forgetting a bunch of words. I am getting a little tired, but we can still keep going. What do you call it? Yeah. So the price appreciation in cryptocurrencies much greater than many other investments, many other classes. It doesn't require upkeep. A home, you have to pay like property tax and stuff breaks. So even though it's an investment, it's like, you lose money in many ways. You can avoid with cryptocurrency, you can avoid things like, PayPal. If you pay with dollars, you'll get a PayPal fee, like 3% international, that becomes 4%. With cryptocurrency, I can literally send uh, Solana tokens for like a penny and a half. So yeah, like no transaction fees, no credit card fees. If you even want to, you can avoid taxes because it's, anonymous. Um, Now that's a controversial thing to say. I'm not supposed to teach you to avoid taxes. I mean, obviously, if you do like buying and selling on Coinbase, they report your stuff. But if you can easily trade on exchanges that are not centralized, that are fully private, and then just easily trade cryptocurrency. So, yeah, for that reason, cryptocurrency is actually a really good investment. And of course, if you like this kind of a call, and if you actually want to profit from the cryptocurrency that I made, I mean, obviously, I cannot guarantee anything, but the risk reward, if you saw earlier in this call, the risk reward is pretty gigantic. So, if you want to dabble in it and invest, that would be super cool. Because right now I'm trying to raise the activity level of that token, trying to get investment, and there is a clear path for like how it might end up. A penny, 20 cents, which at a penny, it's 10x your money, right? Where are you going to get that in any investment? If you invest in S&P 500, it's a good investment, but it's going to return average 11%. In this case, we're talking about 1,000%. Yeah, 1,000% is 10x. So it's like incredible outsized results, but that's only a penny. So a tenth of a penny, 10x. What if it goes up to 10 cents? It's just like mind-boggling numbers. So if you actually want to invest, for me as a thank you, but like if you want to invest for yourself, that also is, I think, a pretty solid idea. I used to not tell people to invest, and friends and family either, but after I did the charts and the calculations of ChatGPT for what it can do, I was like, oh, it's like actually sooner rather than later. So that's why I started recommending it more openly and freely, because there's a lot of opportunities like this, but you don't know about them until later. This is like the one time where somebody you kind of know launches something that has a chance. So that's kind of cool. Let me drink some water. Anybody else with thoughts? Let me see. Dante said, in your opinion, what is in a golden age right now? What industry, niche, or platform is it best to make money? Or I mean, anything AI, anything old that's now is with AI, it's golden age. Like on Udemy, sometimes like top instructors, which I guess I'm in that group. They have like a special designation, and we get calls with the CEO of Udemy or like the CMO like once a month or once every 2 months. It's not always super informative, but the last one was, and they told us like if you like, for example, if we're creating courses, whatever the old topic was, how to start a business, now it's like how to start a business with AI, or how to write a resume. Now it's how to write a resume by using AI. All this like every blah, 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 by using AI. So if they said that, you know, a lot of people took it to heart. Like I also picked up on it. I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. Anything else with AI? So that's definitely um, you don't have to think hard, like just everything else with AI. Regarding the industries, it's, again, like I'm going to sound like a broken record, but AI, um, offering AI services. Um, it used to be that we used to think like that augmented reality and virtual reality would take everything over and almost have the effect that AI is doing now, but that just was kind of didn't know better. Let me quickly read. Did you see that YouTube will demonetize AI made videos? I didn't realize that. Really? That's an interesting development because a lot of those videos are good. Like, why would you, if it's a good video, it's a good video. Like, why would you demonetize that? But I guess I think it's because more people are creating horrible videos that are made with the AI, and so this is to prevent the horrible videos from getting made, which is maybe is a good idea. Because for every good video, there's a bunch of horrible videos. Like, because there's a very popular genre like faceless um, YouTube channels, but then I don't know. A lot of the faceless YouTube channels, they're like some kind of fad about something, or is not like doesn't feel like a good business or particularly sustainable. But it could just be me. Let's see. I got a comment. What's your schedule like, day and week plan? My schedule is so weird. Um, so I learned from. That's kind of a cool question. I learned from. Does anybody know Andrew Huberman? Does anybody know that guy? He's like a scientist, podcaster, super smart guy. Andrew Huberman. He has this research he talks about where he's like, in the morning you have to go outside. Yeah, you seen this stuff. I think he always talks about maybe his main topic is like morning sunlight because it helps you regulate your circadian rhythm, and obviously every cell in your body depends on your circadian rhythm. And so if you want energy, alertness, a whole bunch of stuff, go outside in the morning. So as soon as I wake up and my kids are still sleeping, I go outside and I walk for like 20-30 minutes just listening to stuff, kind of barely awake. Then maybe I have breakfast before that. Speaking of breakfast, I started switching to like a lot of protein heavy breakfast and very light on carbs, because I also learned, I'm not expert in this, but just sharing what I learned, that a lot of the carb based breakfasts like pancakes or whatever, um, or even fruit, they don't get you the energy that you need for a long time. And also the sugars, the starchy, the carbs in your bloodstream act as though you ate sugar, um, which is not good for your insulin levels and all this stuff. And so all sorts of health issues start to develop. But more protein based and fiber based foods help you keep your blood sugar regulated, and so everything else works kind of better in your body. Anyway, this is a long answer. But so then I have the reason I'm telling you is because I have a more or less protein rich and fiber rich, hopefully, breakfast. Then, oh, by the way, I started doing this thing most days of the week. Most days of the week, I fast, and I do 18-6. So I eat for 6 hours in a day, like from in the morning, in the afternoon, and then I don't eat like after noon or after 1 p.m. I don't eat until 6 a.m. the next day, which has actually been really cool. I thought it would be impossible, but it's been easily possible. But I used to be one. I used to be one of those people who'd be like, I can't go 3 hours without eating. I'm so hungry. And like, how can I fast? I would pass out. I was thinking that, but then it became kind of easy. So I woke up fasted. I maybe eat a protein-rich breakfast. I like your emoji. That's funny. Fasting is like a thing, like intermittent fasting. It's like a thing now. It has all kinds of crazy health benefits. I know it feels weird, but I tried like 36 hours before because you're supposed to unlock some kind of extra health benefits, but that was too hard for me. But the 18-6 is easy because you like eat, don't eat, eat, don't eat. Just it's not so bad. But anyway, so I wake up fasted, eat breakfast, protein, go for a walk, come back. Kids are still sleeping. Do some work. Kids wake up, get them ready for um, uh, Thea. I don't do it daily. I do like 5 or 6 days, and then I have one day where I just eat what I want. Um, or you try to fast once a month. That's cool. Yeah, sometimes takes like a rare, and then you get more frequent, more frequent, more frequent, and then it just before you know it, every day is easy. Um, but yeah, then kids go to school. Help to get them out the door. Then the next 30 minutes is like calming myself down because the kids are crazy. They're like, I don't want to wear any shoes. I want these shorts. I'm like, no, no, no. I don't want to put any clothes on. Whatever. They're still like 3 and 5. So they're a little strange. They have strange ideas sometimes. Um, and so get them out the door, decompress for like, kind of get in my work day. And that's like around 8. And then by noon or like 12:30, I'm kind of have to go get the kids from school. And so I'm going to school, take them to the park. So I kind of chill. I don't have like, so I basically kind of work before they wake up, after they wake up 8 to 12, or sometimes 8 to 12:30. And then sometimes they have things during the day so I can work. Then I work at night. So I kind of cobble together some hours. It's not perfect. But the good thing is that instead of getting a babysitter, I'm the one who's the main, like during the day caretaker of my kids, which is like really like a lot of people want to go traveling, passive income business because the Udemy is a passive income business. Go traveling, blah blah blah. But actually, I just spend time with my kids, and I think you know, that's really the benefit of the passive income for me. Um, Let me catch up with the comments. Go to bed and wake up on a same day. Sleeping healthy is super important. What do you mean by same day? Say at the same time, maybe you mean. Yeah, like going to sleep and waking up at the same time is super important. I've been trying to become better at that with mixed results. Uh, it's sometimes hard because like I'll do this live stream and I'll get off, and it's like hard because I have to talk for 3 hours, and then I have like a lot of adrenaline and it's exciting a little bit, and then it's hard to fall asleep sometimes. So it's not always possible. Sometimes it's um by the way, that guy, Andrew Huberman, he has this kind of thing. He's like, well, you won't be able to get good sleep every day. Sometimes you'll have fun and you'll go out and you'll do things. And he says, you better have a lot of fun when you do go out. Then, so you make sure you have a lot of fun when you do go out and you don't get enough sleep. Um, Having no alarm clock and getting full sleep is, oh yeah, I hate alarm clock. I haven't had an alarm clock since like I don't know, like 20 years ago, and my wife has an alarm clock. I don't know why she needs the alarm clock. It's like not just wakes up. Actually, the kids don't get woken up by it. They just sleep through everything. But it would wake me up the most. I usually am up before that by myself. Yeah, alarm clock really is brutal to your system. I hate them. Yeah, seriously. Not just your system. Like sometimes you're having like a nice sleep and it's like cozy and it's a great time, and then oh no. Yeah, alarm clock. I understand it. Like if you have to go to work super early, fine. But outside of that, there's also, of course, people who would sleep in until noon if they weren't woken up. So I guess I understand them. Let me check if anybody emailed me, because some people are supposed to have the option to email me with stuff about what we're talking about on this call. Okay, cool. Nobody. Does anybody want to buy my token as we're on the call? Because last time was super cool. Boris bought it while we were on the call, and I was super excited about it. But then, yeah, this call, nobody's buying. Let's see. Question: do I work on the business daily or plan? I pretty much work daily, like 7 days a week daily. Some days are like broken. They're like 3 hours here, 2 hours when the kids go to sleep, things like that. Hey, Sam is on the call. Hey, what's up, Sam? Oh, was it work? Okay, cool. Well, it's good that you joined now. By the way, Sam, I was showing this tool that I think you could find useful for selling the SEO services. Did you watch that video before, right? Like that automation tool. I got it to a better place. Like I got it more features and less buggy, but still working on it. I'm gonna start letting people in Monday. At least that's what we collectively decided on this call. That's the deadline. Um, sorry, I was on a train of thought. What do I do daily? Yeah, daily mostly work on the business, because I kind of like uh, have more to do than I can, and I have like more ideas already. So the planning, my planning is kind of like the day before. I uh, take a little piece of paper or in my mind, and I think about what do I need to accomplish the day after when I wake up. So like at night, when before I go to sleep, or in the evening, or even during the workday sometimes, and then I think, okay, like I need to do this and this and this, um, like in terms of highest, like what's the highest priority, and I'm like, okay, if I accomplish this and this and this, like for example, tomorrow I have to film some videos, and then I have to send out some promotion or whatever, and then I have to uh, fix some video in another course that became outdated, and I'm like, okay, well, these 3 or 4 tasks, if I can do them, perfect. So it's planning, right? And the planning usually is the day before, in the evening. It's really effective. If you don't have like a marketing plan or a business plan that you're following, but if you just have kind of like your own daily plan, the day before idea is super good, because when you wake up, not only you're ready to work, but your brain kind of thinks for you on your behalf during your idle time, when you're falling asleep and when you're sleeping, because a lot of neurons, they get rewired during sleep. So if you get excited about something, or something seems like shocking, you'll be much more likely to benefit from sleeping through that, because you'll come up the next day with better ideas. um, so yeah, let me catch up on the comments. First water, then I catch up on comments. So yeah, planning is kind of like a little ad hoc, but when I need to, I plan. So like now, I'm gonna kind of know what I need to do tomorrow, so I don't plan. But if I am even slightly confused, I plan. And it's kind of fun to plan, because it gets your hopes up. Oh, Thea, thank you. Thank you very much. That link that I sent you with the very long, that link I sent you with the very long explanation, I'll post it again. It's going to show you how to buy that token. It's not something you can watch. This is like a 40-minute video that explains everything. So the long version. And then I'll post a shorter video of how to buy it. If anybody is just joining the call now and wondering what we're talking about, well, we're talking about this cryptocurrency, but not just any cryptocurrency, one that I made. Let me quickly get you the link. Yeah, this is not so long, but it's still long. Okay, so the best thing to do is just to click these links so that you have them as a browser tab open, and then after the call or whenever, or even during the call, I can walk you through it. If you don't know much about cryptocurrency, it will be really hard to buy it on the call because you need to make some accounts, like on Coinbase and other places, and your wallet to create your cryptocurrency wallet. So it's a little bit like more time consuming than we can do on this call. Unless you can mute me. Oh, ha ha ha. That's true. I forgot to put the link. There's the short version. Thank you. Thank you. I spaced out. Sometimes my younger daughter, she sleeps with us in our bed at night and kicks me and just doesn't let me sleep. And so yesterday was one of those days. Speaking of getting good sleep, and so I'm feeling the fatigue today because I am like a little bit tired. Like I'm like, and I'm making these like mental lapses, like forgot to post the link, forgetting every name of everybody that I mentioned, stuff like that. I feel the tiredness, but I think we're still going strong. Yeah. By the way, you also have my email. So if you run into any challenges buying that token, that cryptocurrency, just email me and I'll help you. It's not hard at all, but it's just a lot of steps sometimes and it's confusing. Oh, okay. I got your other email. I just checked. What else should we discuss? I think we've covered everything. I think, you know what? The interesting thing I want to think through, because I had this interesting idea on this call of how to hire people, freelancers, who would just do my vibe coding for me on like secondary projects. Like one freelancer just work on my app as a freelancer, like one freelancer just do something else, so they get a product, a lot of different products and things like that. The problem is every one of those products needs their own marketing, which is a challenge. So it's like you don't want to have too many products because like okay, they'll get built, but how do you promote them? Each of them needs like a lot of promotion. I'm trying to think through that now. Like, let's say you hire freelancers, they build you an app for your business, a website, an outreach tool, or something else, or something else. You can sell all that, but then it's like you got to get your whole entire sales staff, like actual humans, to go and sell sometimes, but not always. You can sell online. But then you need the marketing for those tools. That's a good question. I think it's like a lot of these things you just have to power through. Like I also have it sometimes, like even though like you can say uh like I have like almost 1 million students on Udemy, like 900,080 something. Oh, that brings me to a fun topic. Udemy has their own like plaque they give to instructors who reach 1 million students, and I'm supposed to get one soon. But the Udemy plaque is so ugly. I'm gonna find it for you. Let me find it for you, but I'll get back to your question about imposter syndrome. But Udemy, I think it's on their Instagram Udemy, but maybe it's on their Twitter. It's easier to find. Search Udemy. Sometimes when they give it to new people, they have the people post on like social media, but I don't see anything about it on Twitter. Blah blah blah. Let me quickly find it. I know I'll get back to your question. I'm just curious. Okay, that doesn't look good about I don't see it on Twitter. Maybe Udemy Instagram. Oh, okay, I found it. Oh no. All right, it's hard to. Right, I don't want to enroll, sign up. Okay. How to do this? Okay. So first, let me answer your question, and then I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to look at the plaque. But the imposter syndrome is hard. Yeah. So like even though I have almost 1 million students, I still have it too in a way, because you can always second guess yourself. It's really, I guess, it's very related to how do you stay confident, which obviously wavers. Sometimes you're confident about something, sometimes no. But in confidence, success builds confidence, and you just have to power through. Like at first, everybody sucks a little bit about in what they do, and it's just like normal. It's fine. Um, you just don't want to get it in your head like I'm failing or something bad is like I'm not succeeding, somebody else is better, all these like negative things in your head that can cycle. They're not necessary, and I think they really don't help, even though we all fall into them. um, I think really the main answer in confidence is success breeds confidence, and success comes from practice and persistence comes from just knowing that you have to forge through. Hey, hello. I don't know how to pronounce, but I will try. Jana Gap. Sometimes they don't tell me the people's names. They just show me a screen name. Sometimes the screen name is the person's name. But welcome. Are you also a student in my Udemy courses, or you found this through YouTube somehow? If you're So hopefully, Thea, I answered that question fully enough. But let me share my screen so I can show you the Udemy plaque. You can maybe tell me, because I think it's kind of ugly. Like the YouTube plaque is, hey, that's cool. If you find me on YouTube, that's really cool. By the way, if you find me on YouTube, the point of this call is really like a lot of this call is for, with my Udemy students, but obviously people on YouTube are welcome. If you're working on any kind of, the topic of this call is if you're working on any kind of like business or project or challenge, This is sort of like a forum for you to ask questions and get a lot of help. So if you're working on anything, don't be shy. It's a friendly community. It's everybody's here and working on something. They're entrepreneur or 9 to 5, but basically trying to improve their life or career somehow. So that's really the community here. Very friendly, very nice. Don't feel shy. You can share whatever you're working on. Or maybe you're joining us super successful and you're on a yacht and be like, haha, I'm on a yacht. In any case, while you're maybe answering me, let me share my screen and show you the comparison of Udemy flag and the YouTube flag. I couldn't make it bigger because you see I get an error message that I have to log in. But look at this flag, is not very good. Wow. This is Udemy, right? Like you can't really tell what it is. Just the Udemy logo. It's hard to tell the person's name under. Like it's hard to really show it off. Like the YouTube flag is beautiful. This is a video, but look here, maybe see, like it's kind of like slick design, super cool. The letters are a little bigger compared to, it's kind of like, this looks like not a lot of design thinking went into it, which is kind of sad because I've been working so hard to get so many students. Like it's been 12 or 13 years that I've been on Udemy. In any case, so that's what happens with 1,000 students, and then you get sometimes still feel imposter syndrome, which is strange. By the way, we were supposed to look at your website. Let me share my screen. Let me check if I have any questions. Oh, I'm still sharing screen, which is good. Let's look at this and let's see how to do SEO. Okay, so we have the collections. Main challenges, it's a little broad, right? T-shirts, purses, keepsakes, digital. Little broad. It's easier to go niche. If you wanted to go, SEO is niche. It's not a requirement, but it's a strong suggestion. And then check. Also, the products should have more of a description and more about like materials and more keywords used. Blue jean paper purse. That's cool. So for SEO, I would narrow this a little bit to the things that you have the coolest designs in, or the type of product that you're most interested in selling, or for yourself, right? Because sometimes when we're super interested for ourselves, like it's just easier to sell stuff and run a business. Are keepsakes like things you make by yourself, or no? I think yes, right? I'm just kind of waiting for the answer in the chat so that I know. Yes. Okay. If you're making it by yourself, it's good to have it naturally, but it's hard to focus on everything when you're new. Even Amazon, they didn't start with everything when they were new, because it's the biggest store in the world. Amazon is like they started with one vertical, books, then they added furniture, then they added something else. So it's not an Amazon reason why that happened, but it's kind of maybe a focus reason. That's what I was told. I think I started falling asleep. I just noticed myself closing my eyes. I don't know how long I was spacing out, But I think I was starting to doze off. I was starting to think about how to do SEO for that website, and I was thinking about it, and then I noticed my eyes were closing, and then I was like, "Wow, I'm still on the call. How long have I been on this call?" And I checked how many people haven't left. So thanks, Alex is the best Udemy instructor. Thank you, Sam. That's super nice. Does anybody have other instructors that they like on Udemy? I'm curious always what kind of instructors and teachers people usually like. Because sometimes I'm like, I hear like this person is good and I take their course and I'm like, I don't know. Travis Media. I don't know them. Let me look them up. Oh, AI as a business? Do you mean as a service, or were you on this call from the very beginning? Because in the beginning, we went over a bunch of AI business ideas. But let me look for Travis Media. I don't see anybody called Travis Media. Is that a YouTuber? Jenna, if you'd like to buy a course, I'm able to, on this call, create discount coupons. What kind of a topic are you currently interested in? So maybe I can find, topic is like, I make courses on digital marketing, business planning, business strategy, cryptocurrency, AI, those topics. Is there a topic that you're interested in that I can maybe suggest a course for you? And then let's see, Brad Traverse something. I'm going to copy that name and put it into Udemy. JavaScript. I found the instructor. Oh, all these things, technology. He has very popular HTML and JavaScript courses. Nice. Interesting. But the funny thing is, like, all these topics, they're kind of going away. Like React, HTML. Like today, you just use the AI code assistant. Oh, I have a good course about how to grow a startup or start a business. Let me get you some links. So the way Udemy works, uh, people buying courses don't know this, but like what they're trying to do internally is like there are different prices that I can make for different courses, and they on some courses they don't allow me to make it cheaper than a certain price. So I have a course on how to start a business exactly, but this course is long, like it's high level, it's like very theoretical, goes from like even how the brain works in business, all this kind of stuff. So let me make you a coupon for that. The problem is Udemy does not allow me to make a coupon below like $14.99. Um, usually they allow a coupon like $9.99, but not for this course, because it's like if it's a good course, they don't discount it too much. So here's the my big entrepreneurship course. And if you end up getting that, I'm happy to send. I have another course on like how to create a good business model, which is a little bit what we did earlier in this call, where we created like new technology, old use cases, creating a different business model. And actually, I'll send a free coupon for this one. If anybody wants to take it, they're welcome to click on the coupon and enroll and take it also. Just making a coupon. So I'll put in the chat, this is a free coupon for my course on how to create a good, strong business model. It's kind of part of starting a business and part of planning. That course is free, by the way. That last link is free, just as a thank you. I updated that course. That course is a little bit low rated, but I updated that course this year and made it really good, because the last time I updated was a long time ago and it became not good. So, but it is better than the review says. By the way, when you're taking any of my courses and you can leave a review, that would obviously be fantastic, because those things really help. Let's see. Where were we? Dante said, I took an eBay dropshipping course on Udemy back in the day. It got me started in that business. I did very well in the business. The model isn't. Yeah, that model went away. There was two main instructors teaching that. One was Sergey Kasimov, and one was, well, let me see if that person is still around. The other person doesn't seem to be around anymore. So the main person is Sergey Kasimov, who's actually like a buddy of mine. I've been kind of friendly with him for like over 10 years because we're doing Udemy. I never met him in real life. Most Udemy instructors, I never met them in real life. Sam, for the AI courses, I have, let's see what I have. I have this AI personal finance course, but it's free. I'll send you the link. But it's not like how to do stuff with AI. It's just how to like manage your money a little smarter and not take advice from like a person, but like from an AI. Let me send that again. And then I also have a course on how to create an agent, but I think you might have already bought it. It's not like super, because I know you bought the other one. Here's a course. This is a course. Free AI personal finance. It's a free course. Everybody's welcome to take that one. It's actually pretty interesting. Like, I'll tell you one finding. I was trying to figure out, you know how people say like, by the way, Sam, I'll paste the link to how to build an AI agent, but it does, to be honest, you don't need it, I don't think, because it has a big overlap with the course you already have from me, which is the how to create a website with Replit. The difference is not huge, you know. So by the way, Sam, if you want to, instead of paying me for that course, by the way, I'm actually happy to give an extra discount if people buy the cryptocurrency, the Spark token. I'm also happy to give, because then I can give free coupons to courses instead of having people get a discount link. So I can make the courses even cheaper. But let me search for Replit, AI agent. Here, this link is expiring soon, but this is the how to build an AI agent. Oh, you have the AI agent one. I don't have anything. I'm putting out a course in a day or 2 or 3 of how to make the AI stop hallucinating, because especially when you're using code assist, like AI code assistants, because sometimes it programs bugs for you and programs like just wrong things. So I'm putting out that course that actually will be very useful for you. I'll send you a link. because you've been really great and you've been like doing all my stuff. So I'll send you a free link for that course on how to use the AI code assistant and how to like not make it create bugs, because a lot of the times people get into like AI code assistants and it's super frustrating because it doesn't do like it's smart but it's dumb at the same time, doesn't do exactly what you need. So I have some good practices that I put into that course. Oh, right, David Wu. I remember, you know what, Dante, I remember David Wu because my buddy, whose name is Sergey, he used to hate that guy, David Wu, because David was always number one. And my friend Sergey was always like number two. And so I remember that name. Wow, that's a blast from the past, you know? What happened to David Wu? Maybe he got kicked out. A lot of these instructors, they like cheat the system. David Wu. And they get kicked out or just leave. Oh, David Wu's still on the platform. But the eBay course is like 4.2. He probably stopped updating it. Interesting. Yeah, he's only got 4 courses, so I think he took a bunch of his courses off the platform, and they're mostly like kind of not so high rated. Yeah, he was. Did you like that class? Because I think I got an impression that he's not a very great instructor. I was like, he's kind of scamming the system, because at one point, it's always suspicious when like a person has like not super great courses, but like always 4.6 or 7 rated. Sam, are you talking about the one with AI YouTube? Is that the one where it talks about the in video, how to create videos with in video? Is that the one? Let me see what other AI courses they have. Nothing too unique other than that. Some of them are already becoming a little outdated. Oh, I see. It's interesting to know, Dante, that that guy was good. I didn't think he was good, but maybe. Yeah, like for beginners, I guess it's good. Sometimes when I go and look, I'm kind of critical and I'm like, it should be great, you know? And so I don't always respect the teachers. I'm like, well, it's not great. But maybe it's, yeah, fine. Um, are you talking about? So I have the in video course, but I don't know if it's going to be helpful. Let me get you the in video. Uh, I'm getting a course link. I have this course. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like, I don't think you need this one, because for what you're doing is very, very different. So that one's probably not a good idea. It's about how to like make faceless videos for YouTube with AI. But Might not need it. How is everybody doing? Is anybody tired? A lot of the people on this call have stayed on this call for almost 3 hours. Who's tired? Who's not tired? Yeah, we're getting tired. This is like a marathon call. Still alive. Okay, this is good. Let's see. What am I doing? So tomorrow, I'm gonna release a course on Udemy. Oh, the boys are waiting for movie night, but I think the movie is going to be watching me. It's funny. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow I'm releasing a course on how to use that my AI tool. Hopefully, we'll get Udemy students interested in signing up for the AI tool, the one that the B2B automation outreach thing. So I'm making a course about it, so people can actually like maybe enroll. At first, I think I'll launch it for free, just so people can kind of enroll. Hopefully, get some activity on it. But so that's tomorrow. Anybody have any exciting weekend plans? Yeah, Sam, I appreciate you because you always say nice things and you always come to the calls and you always buy my courses too. You're great, Sam. But that course is not really needed so much. Well, I guess it's free, so yeah, I'll send it because it kind of walks people through of like how I have intended it to be used. But uh, okay, I'll send it out when it's ready. Maybe I'll wait for like to perfect it a little bit because sometimes when I launch a course, it doesn't sell the first day. So I kind of know like, okay, if I launch a course, I probably have a few days to actually perfect it because like, people usually don't jump on it so soon. But let me get it to a good point and then I'll message everybody. We still have to talk about how to do good SEO for your website, by the way. For the website, you know what kind of jumps out at me? It's not an SEO thing, but let me share my screen and I want to show you what I had in mind. Share screen. So I'm on this website. Okay, so it looks really beautiful, like right here above the fold. It looks really beautiful and super cool and polished. Um, the only thing I would say is maybe there's a little bit too many navigation items, like FAQ should get and privacy policy that needs to get moved to the bottom. Okay, that's usually like in a footer. That's usually in the footer. Right now, you don't have a footer. Doesn't look like. Um, you got to make one. It's easy. It's easy. Kind of just have links across the middle. Okay, and then yeah. So I spaced out again. I almost fell asleep. This is already like a 3-hour marathon session that we have. But what I wanted to show you is, yeah, so maybe collections instead of 3 words here, just use collections. Basically got to cut it, right? Is like maybe it's a little bit too many items and some of them are too long. Then this is nice. Would love to see designs of what? See, it says designs, but like what is the design? Obviously I'll see it soon, but it's kind of good for branding. About me, very good. I would make the font bigger in size. Just makes it easier to read. What happens if I click learn more? Okay, good. Good. I don't know if you guys are catching it. Maybe no, because you're watching a screen share, but I'm like dozing off. Like I'm like already again, just happened where it was like a pause, but it was just me dozing off. And then a lot of the design seems a little bit like, see, this looks super polished. This looks beautiful, slick. But then this kind of thing is not so slick. Maybe if you want to move it, you can move it to FAQ page, and from the FAQ page, just link to here. Maybe that way. Because having too many things on your homepage, it just clutters things up. I know this is not SEO stuff, but we can look at it specifically SEO stuff. For SEO stuff, you need to cover keywords. There's this title should first of all be text. Right now it's image, but it needs to have keywords in the description, in the actual title, like store or e-commerce or something like that, or the keywords of your product. Now this part is good. This part is good. Interesting. I wonder if you can give it to a designer so they can kind of look at more polished. Same idea, same website, but just a little bit design idea, because here it's a lot of like text, and I know that's easy to do, but text is not the best for internet. Okay, let me catch up with the comments. I am like really falling asleep. Let me catch up here. So Boris had a different, well, I think if you're a designer, right, if you're designing stuff, you want to have a slick look and feel to your designs website. I think it makes sense. But um, hmm. Now that it is a problem that the above the fold hero section, let me share that. It does say nothing. It's a little bit of a problem, a lot of a problem, but I let it go. You know what? I let it go because, um, okay, like it doesn't show products fine. Um, it should at least give a hint of what is the unique value proposition. In this case, it'll be some products, but what is is it great design? Is it great something? Well, how does it stand out? Who is it for? Like, what's the value proposition? So that's what you really need here. And yeah, I think that would be a good start, because the top looks like it's well designed, but as it goes down, there's like a lot of text blobs, and those things got to get replaced. Let me get some water. By the way, if you have to hire a designer, what you might be interested in doing is using one of those Replit tutorials, even the free one, to create your own website, and then see if you can create a nicer one with Replit. I don't know if the website is a big concern for you right now, if it's your main strategy. It sounds like it's your main strategy. So I would be curious to redo it with Replit, so you don't have to depend on engineers. Yeah, Boris said the design is not cohesive. I agree. Yeah, there's different parts that felt different, right? The text part above the fold part, then the product part looked very different in style and design. Oh, I'm sleepy. Who's sleepy? Why is nobody sleepy? Yeah, I'm gonna send you the Replit. I have the link. Do you want the YouTube link or do you want the course that has a little bit more in it? I'll send you both and you decide. Where is Replit? I'm not sure that the Replit will be 100% solution for you because here I'll paste the Replit YouTube link, and then in the class it has more. So then you get the class now. And the classes with the discount coupon code. Okay. Interesting. SiteJet. I was familiar with them. But yeah, the reason the Replit might not work, I'm not sure. You can ask Replit what it can do. But it can build a website from scratch. But if your website is currently WordPress, it cannot build a WordPress website or edit one. So you might have to restart from scratch, which might not be the worst idea because it will be well designed. But it's also maybe not the most favorite idea. By the way, who thinks we should go to sleep? Yeah, let's go to sleep because sometimes I'm talking and like my eyes are closing. Oh, I see I understand about SiteJet. All right, everybody, it's a consensus. Let's go to sleep. By the way, I have one thing. I'm trying to build up my channel to have a lot of hours. I'm trying to get to like a 4,000 watch hour. I used to have that before, but I didn't upload videos for a long time, so I dipped below that. In case that you can leave your computer and tab running, I'll just leave this live stream on, so that way it will just be like watch time. If you can do that, that's cool. But if you go to sleep if you turn off your computer, that's also like okay. You don't have to do it because it's a little strange. Cool, but yeah. So okay, I'll sign off. I'll tell everybody like I will actually. Sorry, I'm spacing out because I'm tired. But thank you for joining this call. This was really great time until I started falling asleep, and it was still pretty good after that. And thank you everybody for taking my courses and sticking with me, even though I was spacing out. Jenna, thanks for joining us. Hopefully come next time also. Um, and yeah, good night everybody, and thanks for hanging out with me. Bye.